Hello there, welcome to Nighttime Stories. I hope you've had a wonderful day. Now it's time to unwind. I'm here to help you drift off into a peaceful sleep. Before you get cozy, I'd love for you to like this video and subscribe. It helps bring more bedtime stories your way. Also, let me know in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is for you. Now, take a deep breath, relax, and let's begin. I never considered myself the paranoid type. I had always been careful. Sure, I locked my doors, kept my head up when walking alone, and never lingered too long in parking lots at night, but I never truly felt unsafe. Until that night. It was a Wednesday, and I had stopped at a shopping center after work. I needed a few things: groceries, some toiletries, nothing major. The place was one of those sprawling retail plazas, the kind where the stores were arranged in a horseshoe around a massive open parking lot. By the time I finished shopping, it was almost 9:30 p.m. Most of the stores were still open, but the lot had thinned out, a few cars here and there scattered under the tall, humming streetlights. Mine was parked near the back, close to a faded yellow curb that separated the main parking area from an older, overgrown lot that had been fenced off years ago. I walked toward my car, juggling my bags, already thinking about getting home and kicking off my shoes, but then I saw it. A small piece of folded paper tucked neatly under my windshield wiper. I hesitated, balancing the bags in one arm as I reached for it. I figured it was a flyer, maybe a coupon from one of the stores, some advertising junk. But when I unfolded it, I felt my stomach drop. "You were almost mine." 5 words. Nothing else. No signature, no explanation. My pulse slowed to a crawl, then sped up all at once. I whipped my head around, scanning the parking lot. A few cars, a couple getting into their SUV near the entrance of a department store. No one nearby. At least no one that I could see. A tight, suffocating pressure settled in my chest. I glanced down at the note again, my fingers gripping the edges of the paper, creasing it slightly. What the hell was this? A joke? Some sick attempt at messing with a random stranger? I shoved the note into my pocket, my hands suddenly clammy. Then I unlocked my car, threw my bags into the passenger seat, and got inside. The second I shut the door, I locked it. I sat there, gripping the steering wheel, trying to shake the uneasy feeling crawling up my spine. I took a deep breath, calmed down. Then I did something I never usually did. I checked my dash cam footage. The camera had been running the whole time I was inside the store. I barely ever checked it, but I had bought it for a reason, just in case. The footage loaded on my phone, a grainy but clear view of the front of my car. For the first few minutes, nothing happened. The screen just showed the empty parking lot, the faint glow of the streetlights reflecting off my windshield. Then at 9:17 p.m., movement. A figure stepped into view. My breath caught in my throat. It was a man. He wasn't walking past like a normal person would. He lingered, standing near my car, just barely out of the camera's direct view, for a full 15 minutes. He never walked away, never moved to another car. Just stood there, watching. I felt like my body had been dunked in ice water. I paused the footage, my finger hovering over the screen. He was blurry far enough from the camera that his features weren't clear, but I could see enough. Dark pants, a hoodie pulled up shadowing his face, and his posture. Something about it was wrong. Not relaxed, not casual, stiff, intentional. Like he was waiting. I pressed play. At 9:32 p.m. he moved. He stepped toward my car, closer than before. I could see the slight movement of his arm. He was placing the note. Then, without hesitation, he turned and walked off. He didn't run, didn't hesitate. Just vanished into the dark edges of the parking lot. I had always thought of stalking as something that happened to other people. Something you heard about in crime stories, something that happened to women who had public social media accounts or exes who couldn't let go. But this was different. This wasn't someone I knew. This was a random man in a parking lot, and that was somehow worse. I sat in my car for what felt like forever, gripping my phone so hard my knuckles turned white. Then I made a decision. I wasn't going home. Not yet. I was going to the police station. The station was a 15-minute drive from the shopping center. I barely remembered getting there. My mind kept replaying the footage, those still moments where he just stood there, waiting. I parked and walked inside, trying to keep my breathing steady. The officer at the front desk looked up as I approached. He was in his 40s, stocky, with tired eyes, and a coffee cup that looked permanently attached to his hand. "Can I help you?" I took the note out of my pocket, unfolding it carefully before sliding it across the counter. His expression didn't change, but his eyes flicked across the words. Then I placed my phone down and played the footage. His face did change then. He straightened slightly, setting his coffee down. "You said this happened tonight." I nodded. "About an hour ago. I found the note when I got back to my car." He frowned, staring at the screen as the hooded man stood there, motionless. He rewound the footage, watched it again. Then he looked at me. "You ever seen this guy before?" "No," I said. "Never." He didn't respond right away. Instead, he grabbed a notepad and pen. "Okay," he said, "I'm going to need you to fill out a statement, and I'll need a copy of the footage." I nodded, still feeling like this wasn't really happening. But it was. The note was real. The man was real. And now the police were involved. As I filled out the statement, I heard the officer speaking quietly to another cop behind the desk. I only caught a few words. Shopping center. Suspicious activity. Not the first time. That made my stomach turn. I looked up. "Has this happened before?" The officer hesitated, then finally he sighed. "Similar reports, yeah," he admitted. "Not exactly the same, but..." He gestured at the note. Enough to take it seriously. My hands went cold. "So what do?" I asked. The officer exhaled through his nose. "For now, be careful. Change up your routine. Don't park in that lot alone at night. And if you see anything or anyone suspicious..." His eyes met mine. "Call us, immediately." I swallowed hard, nodding. I left the station feeling worse than when I arrived. Because this wasn't just some random incident. This had happened before, and I had a sick feeling it was going to happen again. I couldn't even sleep that night. Even though I had locked every door and checked the windows twice, I still lay in bed, wide awake, staring at the dark ceiling. Every little sound outside made my skin crawl. A car passing by, the creak of my apartment settling it all set my nerves on edge. I kept picturing the man from the footage, the way he just stood there, unmoving, how he wasn't in a rush, how he acted like he had all the time in the world. And the note. "You were almost mine." The words replayed over and over in my head until I finally drifted into a restless sleep. The next morning, I checked my phone before even getting out of bed. There was an email from the officer I spoke to last night. He had attached a report number and confirmed that they were reviewing my dashcam footage. That should have made me feel better. It didn't. I kept thinking about what the officer had said at the station. Similar reports. I sat up slowly, rubbing my face. I knew I wasn't going to be able to focus on anything until I had more information. So, I started searching. I pulled out my laptop and opened a few local news sites. At first, I didn't find much. A couple of vague crime reports about thefts in the area, nothing that matched what had happened to me. Then, I tried something different. I typed in, "shopping center parking lot suspicious activity." And that's when I found it. An old Reddit post from 6 months ago. It was buried in a thread about weird encounters, posted by some user whose name had been deleted. The title made my stomach tighten. "Strange man in parking lot note left on my car." I clicked on it. The post was short. I was leaving a grocery store late at night. When I got to my car, there was a note on my windshield. It just said, "I see you." I thought it was a joke, but when I checked my dash cam, I saw a guy standing near my car. He never moved. He just stood there for almost 20 minutes, watching it. The police didn't do much, just said I should be careful. Has anyone else had this happen? There were only a few replies. Some people called it a prank. Others said it could have been an attempted robbery. But one comment stood out. "Happened to me too," except my note said, "next time." I closed my laptop. My hands felt cold. This wasn't just a one-time thing. I decided I wasn't going to sit around and wait for something else to happen. I drove back to the shopping center that afternoon, pulling into a different area of the lot than where I had parked the night before. The bright sunlight made the whole thing feel less terrifying, but I still couldn't shake the unease in my chest. I sat in my car for a few minutes, just watching. People came and went, pushing carts, loading their trunks, checking their phones as they walked. Nothing suspicious. Nothing out of the ordinary. Then I spotted a security guard near the entrance of the grocery store. I took a breath and got out of the car. The guard was standing near a set of carts, a coffee in one hand. He looked to be in his late 40s, a little overweight, with a name tag that read Henderson. I approached, trying to sound casual. "Hey, excuse me," I said. He turned, giving me a polite nod. "Need help with something?" I hesitated. Actually, yeah, I had something weird happen here last night. His expression didn't change, but I noticed his posture shift slightly. "What kind of weird?" he asked. I pulled out my phone and showed him a picture of the note. Henderson exhaled through his nose, his lips pressing into a thin line. "Yeah," he muttered, "that's not the first time." I felt my stomach drop. "So, you've seen this before?" He nodded, taking a sip of coffee. "We've had a few people report stuff like this, usually notes left on windshields, no real pattern. Some customers say they notice someone watching them, but by the time we check the cameras, he's gone." I swallowed. "He?" Henderson looked at me. "We think it's the same guy. Security footage always shows someone lurking around, never too close, always out of focus. We report it when we can, but unless he actually does something, there's not much we can do." I glanced around the parking lot. "So, what am I supposed to do?" He sighed. "Be careful. Don't come here alone at night, and if you see anything, report it immediately." That wasn't as reassuring as I had hoped. I thanked him and walked back to my car, feeling no better than before. As I pulled out of the lot, I checked my rear-view mirror. For just a split second, I thought I saw someone standing near the tree line, just beyond the fence of the old abandoned lot. I blinked, and he was gone. That night, I locked every door in my apartment twice. I even left a light on in the hallway, something I hadn't done since I was a kid. I tried to distract myself with television, scrolling through my phone, anything to push the thought of that note out of my mind. It didn't work. At 11:47 p.m., my phone buzzed. I grabbed it immediately, expecting an email from the police, or maybe Chris checking in. But it was a text. From an unknown number. 3 words. "Did you like it?" A chill ran down my spine. I sat up straight, my breath catching in my throat. Before I could even process what was happening, another message came through. "You looked right at me today." My fingers shook as I hit the call button, dialing 911 without even thinking. The dispatcher answered immediately. "What's your emergency?" I tried to steady my voice. 2 was at the police station earlier. I reported a note left on my car. Someone just texted me about it. I think they're watching me. She asked for my name and address. I gave it to her. Then, as I was speaking, another message popped up on my screen. It was a picture. A photo of me, taken from inside my car. The timestamp, from earlier that afternoon when I was sitting in the parking lot. I felt like I couldn't breathe. The dispatcher's voice pulled me back. "Are you somewhere safe?" I swallowed hard, forcing myself to speak. "2, think so. We're sending an officer to your location now. Stay inside. Keep the doors locked." I nodded, gripping my phone like a lifeline. I didn't move until I heard the sirens in the distance. Still, I had the sinking feeling that no matter how many locks I checked, it wouldn't be enough. The officer who showed up at my apartment was younger than I expected, maybe late 20s, early 30s. His name tag read Martinez, and his expression was neutral, but his eyes were sharp. He scanned the hallway behind me before stepping inside, as if checking to make sure I was actually alone. I didn't waste time. I pulled out my phone and handed it to him, showing the texts and the picture. He scrolled through them silently, his brow furrowing deeper the more he read. "You're sure you don't know this number?" he asked. I shook my head. I tried calling it, but it doesn't ring. Just goes straight to a dead line. Martinez exhaled, rubbing a hand over his jaw. That usually means a burner phone, either prepaid or an app-generated number. I clenched my fists. So that means they planned this, right? His lips pressed into a thin line. It means they don't want to be traced. That didn't make me feel any better. He handed my phone back. "Do you have security cameras in your building?" "No," I admitted. "Just a buzzer at the front entrance." He nodded, pulling out a small notepad. "Any idea how they got the picture of you?" I shook my head. I didn't see anyone. I was in my car, parked near the shopping center, just watching the lot. Martinez frowned. So they had to be close, probably inside another car. I swallowed hard, but I looked around. I didn't see anyone. That's the thing about people who do this. He tapped his pen against the notepad, thinking. They're careful. They make sure you don't see them. A wave of nausea rolled through me. "Did you notice the same cars near you when you were parked?" he continued. "Any vehicles that didn't seem to move for a long time?" I tried to think back. The more I replayed the moment in my head, the more I realized how much I hadn't been paying attention. I had been so focused on watching the store entrance, looking for someone suspicious on foot, that I never thought to check the parked cars. Martinez seemed to read my expression. "It's okay if you don't remember now. If you go back there, keep an eye out. People like this, they don't usually stop after one message." A cold weight settled in my stomach. So what do I do? He sighed. "I'm going to file a report and add your number to a list in case anything else comes up related to this." He met my eyes. "But I won't lie to you. Unless this person actually makes a direct threat or tries to approach you, there's not a lot we can do." I exhaled slowly, trying to push down my frustration. "So that's it?" "For now, yeah." He hesitated. "If it makes you feel safer, you could stay somewhere else for a few nights. Friend's place, family." I thought about it. Then I thought about Devon, about how he had disappeared after the trip to the mountains, about how sometimes leaving didn't mean you actually got away. I shook my head. "I'm not running from this. Not yet." Martinez studied me for a moment, then nodded. "Then just be careful, and if anything happens, again anything, you call us. Immediately." I promised I would, even though I had the sinking feeling it wouldn't be that easy. I didn't go into work the next day. I told my boss I wasn't feeling well, but really, I couldn't focus on anything else. I kept checking my phone, expecting another message, another picture. But nothing came. By afternoon, I felt restless. I kept thinking about what Martinez had said, how people like this were careful, how they didn't want to be seen. And that made me wonder. Had they followed me before? Had they been watching me for longer than I realized? I decided to retrace my steps. I drove back to the shopping center, this time in broad daylight. The parking lot was busy, cars weaving in and out, people moving quickly in and out of stores. I pulled into a spot near where I had parked that night, but not the exact same one. Then I sat in my car watching. Just like before. The difference was, this time, I wasn't looking for people walking. I was looking at the cars. A few minutes passed. Then I noticed it. A black sedan, 2 rows ahead of me, facing my direction. It wasn't doing anything suspicious, but it hadn't moved. Not once. The driver was inside, but their windows were tinted just enough that I couldn't make out their face. I turned slightly, pretending to check my phone, but really, I was watching their side mirror. They weren't just sitting there. They were watching me. My chest tightened. I forced myself to breathe, to think clearly. This was it. This was my chance to get proof. I reached for my phone and opened my camera, pretending to scroll. Then I pressed record. I turned slightly, making sure the screen was angled toward the car. I stayed like that for 5 minutes, and the sedan never moved. I was sure now. They weren't waiting for someone. They were waiting for me. I took one last deep breath and, without hesitation, I stepped out of my car. The moment I did, the sedan's engine started. I froze. It reversed out of the spot so quickly that the tires screeched against the pavement. I barely had time to react before it pulled onto the main road, speeding away. By the time I got back into my car and tried to follow, it was already gone. But I had it on camera. I pulled into a different parking lot and called Martinez immediately. "I saw them," I said, as soon as he answered. "They were watching me." His tone sharpened. "Where?" I explained what had happened. Then I sent him the footage. I could hear him clicking on his keyboard, pulling it up. A long pause. Then he sighed. Plates are covered. Figures. I gripped the wheel, frustration boiling in my chest. "But it's something, right?" "It's something," he admitted. "I'll send this to the team. See if we can match it with any other cases." I hesitated before asking the next question. "Do you think they'll try again?" Martinez was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "I don't know, but listen, these people, they don't like attention. They like to stay in the dark. If they think you're onto them, it might scare them off." Might. I swallowed hard. "Either way," he continued, "keep your guard up, and if you see that car again, I call you." Immediately. I nodded, even though he couldn't see me. "Stay safe," he said. Then the line went dead. I sat there for a long time, gripping my phone. There was no way of knowing if I had scared them off, or if I had just pushed them further into the dark. Still to this day, I don't know who they were or what they wanted. But I do know one thing. I will never park in that lot alone again. And if I ever see that black sedan again, I am not sticking around to find out what happens next. I never thought much of the oddities when we first moved in. It was a big house, too big for us really, but it had character, an old place, with creaky floors and the kind of musty smell that only comes with age. Clara, my wife, loved it. The kids, Max and Sophie, were just happy to have more space to run around. It wasn't perfect. There were little things, like the occasional draft or a window that wouldn't quite shut, but nothing that made me think anything was wrong. At least, not at first. The first time I noticed something off was about 2 weeks after we moved in. Max was looking for his favorite toy car and swore he had left it on the shelf in the living room. It wasn't there, and I remember thinking, maybe he just misplaced it. I searched for it while he went on about how the car had been right there when he went to bed. But after a while, I didn't find it. I didn't think much of it, until a few days later, Sophie's sweater was gone. She was adamant that she'd left it on the back of the kitchen chair, but it wasn't anywhere in the house. That didn't sit right with me. I started to wonder if I was just imagining things, or if the kids were sneaking around and messing with each other. Clara noticed it too, though, and she isn't one to believe in coincidence. She mentioned that it felt like something or someone was moving things around. At first, we both chalked it up to just being in a new, unfamiliar place. But the little things kept happening: glasses out of place, food disappearing from the pantry, a towel missing from the bathroom that was there the night before. I tried to dismiss it, but there was one thing I couldn't shake. One night, as I was getting ready for bed, I heard a noise, something soft, almost imperceptible. I thought it was the house settling. But then it came again, a faint scratching sound from below, like fingernails scraping against wood. I told myself it was just an old house, the floorboards creaking and shifting in the night. But I couldn't stop listening to it. It was like something or someone was under the house, moving around. Clara was already asleep, and I didn't want to wake her. I told myself I was being ridiculous. Still, I lay there for hours, listening to it. The scratching, followed by a strange hissing sound, like air being forced through a tight space. It didn't stop. The next day, I decided to go down to the basement and take a look. The sound had been coming from beneath the floor, and I wanted to make sure there was nothing alive down there, rats or something, though I hadn't seen any signs of them. The basement itself wasn't anything special, just an unfinished room with concrete walls and exposed beams. There was a lot of clutter, old boxes, things that looked like they hadn't been touched in years. The floor was mostly dirt, except for a small area near the far wall where the foundation seemed to dip lower. I was standing there, staring at the spot where the noise seemed to be coming from, when I saw something that made my stomach drop. At first I thought I was seeing things, but then I saw it again, an old weathered trapdoor that blended in with the dirt floor. It was small, almost hidden under some wooden planks, as if someone had tried to cover it up. My heart rate sped up, and I found myself feeling something I hadn't felt in years: fear. I kneeled down, brushing the dirt away. The trapdoor was heavy, but it opened with a creak, revealing a narrow staircase that led downward. The air smelled musty, damp, like it hadn't been touched in decades. There was something about the darkness down there that felt unnatural, like it had been waiting for me to find it. I hesitated for a moment, but curiosity got the better of me. I grabbed a flashlight from the workbench and descended the stairs. The further I went down, the colder it got. The walls were rough stone, and the floor was covered in dirt and dust. As I crept through the tunnel, I noticed strange marks on the walls, scratches, gouges, that looked like something had been dragging itself through the narrow passage. It was almost as if someone or something had been crawling through the tunnel for a long time. The tunnel stretched on for what felt like miles, though it was probably only a few hundred feet. I wasn't sure what I was looking for, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. It was a strange sensation, the kind you get when you know something is wrong but can't put your finger on it. Eventually, the tunnel opened into a small, locked room. There was a metal door with a rusty lock on it. I stood there for a moment, staring at it, unsure of whether to open it. But something about the room called to me. I crouched down and, after a moment's hesitation, forced the lock open. Inside, it was darker, colder. The air felt stale, and it smelled even worse than the tunnel. But then I saw them photos, dozens of them, pinned to the walls. They were old, yellowed with age. But what caught my attention was the fact that they were all of my family: Clara, Max, Sophie, even me. But none of these photos were taken by any of us. I recognized them all, but I couldn't remember a single moment when any of us had been in these pictures. I stumbled backward, my hand brushing against the cold stone wall, my heart pounding in my chest. My mind raced. How were these here? Who had taken them? The realization hit me like a slap. Someone had been living under our house. Someone had been watching us. I felt the bile rise in my throat. My head was spinning. For a long moment I just stood there, staring at the photos, trying to piece together how this could be possible. How long had this been happening? How had they been getting in and out? My mind raced through every strange occurrence, every misplaced object, every odd feeling. All of it, every little thing, was suddenly so much darker than I had ever imagined. Someone had been in our house, and now I was standing in their hideout. I had to get out of there. The air in that small room felt heavier, suffocating, as if the walls themselves were closing in. But I couldn't move. I just stood there, staring at the photos, each one more chilling than the last. Clara's smile in one, Max and Sophie laughing together in another, even pictures of us at family gatherings that I couldn't recall ever taking. It felt like I was losing my grip on reality. How could these be here? Who had taken them? And why the hell hadn't I noticed before? My mind raced, spinning in circles, trying to make sense of it all, but it just felt impossible. Every theory, every explanation I could think of seemed worse than the last. And then another thought struck me. What if it wasn't just the photos? What if there was more? What if whoever had been in the house hadn't just watched us, but had been living with us, in the shadows, in the places we couldn't see? I tried to steady myself, forcing my breath to slow, but it was no use. My pulse was pounding in my ears. I reached for my phone, fingers shaking as I fumbled to pull it out of my pocket. I needed to call Clara. I needed to tell her about this. But the screen was blank. My phone was dead, completely drained of battery. Frustrated, I shoved the phone back into my pocket and turned to leave, but something stopped me. Something in the corner of the room caught my eye. A small, crumpled piece of paper, half buried under a pile of old magazines. I hesitated for a second, but my curiosity got the better of me, and I reached down to pick it up. The paper was old, brittle, and yellowed at the edges. As I unfolded it, I saw that it was a map. A crude, hand-drawn map of the house with markings that seemed to indicate different rooms and areas, rooms that didn't exist on any of the floor plans we'd seen when we bought the place. My stomach twisted as I realized what it meant. The person who had been living under the house knew every inch of it, every corner, every crevice. They knew the places we didn't even know about, the hidden spaces behind walls and beneath floors. The map didn't just show the house, it showed tunnels, paths leading from one area to another, hidden routes that went far beyond the basement. I traced my finger along one of the lines, and a cold chill ran down my spine when I saw it. It led to our kitchen. The kitchen. I thought about the times we'd heard strange noises in there, the refrigerator door creaking open in the middle of the night when no one was awake. I stood frozen, trying to wrap my mind around what I was seeing. The thought that someone had been moving through these hidden passages, sneaking into our home without us ever knowing, was unbearable. But the more I stared at the map, the clearer it became. This wasn't just an old part of the house's foundation. This was something deliberate, something designed. And if someone had been using these tunnels to get in and out, then they had been here all along, watching, waiting. I needed to find Clara. I needed to make sure she and the kids were okay. The thought of them being in danger while I stood here, frozen in this disgusting little room, made my blood run cold. I stuffed the map into my jacket pocket and bolted for the trap door, scrambling back up the stairs and into the basement. But as I stepped into the main part of the basement, I froze again. I heard something soft at first, but unmistakable. A noise, a movement. Someone was downstairs. Someone was here. I turned off the flashlight, standing perfectly still in the dark, straining to listen. The sound was faint, but it was there, a shuffle, like something dragging along the floor, coming from deeper in the basement. My heart skipped a beat. I pressed my back against the wall, trying to make myself invisible in the shadows. My breathing was shallow, my palms sweating as I gripped the flashlight. The sound grew louder, closer. I could hear footsteps now, slow and deliberate, padding across the concrete floor. Then there was a scraping sound, like metal on stone. I couldn't see anything, couldn't make out a shape in the dark, but I knew someone was down here with me. Someone was walking through the same basement I had just been in, moving around in the exact same space I had just left. I debated running, but where could I go? I couldn't make it upstairs without being seen. The stairs were too close to the entrance, too exposed. I was trapped down here, stuck with someone or something who had been hiding beneath my feet all this time. Whoever it was, they had a map of the house, they knew the layout, and they knew how to move through the tunnels without making a sound. I was an intruder in my own home. My thoughts were racing as I pressed myself against the cold wall, holding my breath, praying that whoever was down here wouldn't notice me. But then, just as I thought the footsteps were moving further away, the basement light flickered on. I froze. God, I thought, they know I'm here. I felt a cold sweat break out along my spine. The light above me buzzed, flickered again, and then finally hummed to life. I squinted, trying to adjust to the harsh brightness. But there was no one in sight. I let out a quiet breath, trying to calm myself. Maybe I had just imagined it. Maybe the footsteps were my mind playing tricks on me. After all, I had just discovered a hidden room full of photos and a map of the house. Maybe it was all too much. But then I heard it again, a faint shuffle, like someone dragging their feet, coming from the far corner of the basement. I turned quickly, flashlight in hand, and pointed it toward the sound. The beam of light cut through the darkness, illuminating nothing but empty shelves and boxes. My pulse hammered in my chest as I moved slowly, cautiously, toward the corner. I had to know. I had to see what was making that sound. I didn't know what I expected to find, but it certainly wasn't what I saw. A shadow moved just beyond the light. A figure crouched low to the ground, hidden in the dark. The moment the light hit it, it darted into the shadows, disappearing as quickly as it had appeared. I stood there, frozen in place. My mind screamed at me to run, to get out of the basement, but I couldn't move. My body was rooted to the spot. All I could do was listen to the silence that followed, the strange, unnatural quiet that filled the air. Then I heard something else, a whisper, barely audible, like it was coming from deep within the walls or somewhere far below me. I've been waiting. I didn't wait to hear more. I turned and ran. I don't remember much about how I made it upstairs. My mind was in a haze, thoughts spiraling out of control, my body moving on pure instinct. The moment I hit the top of the basement stairs, I slammed the trapdoor shut behind me, but it didn't make me feel safer. The echo of that whisper still clung to my skin, and my heart thudded in my chest like a drum, too loud, too fast. I could still feel the weight of those eyes on me, even though I couldn't see them. It was as if someone, something, was always just out of view, waiting. I rushed into the living room, where Clara was sitting, reading a book on the couch, the kids watching TV beside her. The peaceful scene, the normalcy of it all, only made the fear clawing at me worse. I could barely catch my breath as I tried to explain what I'd seen, what I'd heard, but the words didn't come out right. I couldn't tell her the full truth, not yet. I couldn't tell her that I had been standing in a room beneath the house, looking at pictures of our family, pictures that didn't make sense. I couldn't tell her about the tunnels or the whispers or the person I thought I'd seen in the basement. "Are you okay?" Clara looked up from her book, her eyes narrowing in concern. She could always tell when something was wrong, even if I didn't say anything. Clara, I don't know what's going on. I swallowed hard, trying to push the words through the lump in my throat. I don't feel safe here. She stood up and walked over to me, placing a hand on my arm. Her touch was warm, grounding. "What's going on, Dan? What's happening?" "I heard something in the basement," I said, my voice shaking now. "Something down there. And the photos, Clara. Someone's been under our house, watching us, and—" I paused, shaking my head. I didn't know how to explain it. I didn't know how to make sense of it myself. I don't know how to explain it, but I'm not imagining things. I don't think we're alone here. Her expression softened, but she didn't seem scared, not yet. Instead, she gave me a small, reassuring smile. "Dan, you're probably just tired. The move, everything. It's a big change. Let's just take a breath, okay? We'll figure it out. You're not alone in this." I wanted to believe her. I really did. But something deep inside me screamed that it wasn't just stress or exhaustion. The whisper, the figures in the basement, none of it felt like a coincidence. I had seen something, someone, and now I was terrified for my family. I couldn't shake the feeling that whoever or whatever was down there was planning something, something that involved us. But Clara wasn't convinced. She was right, though I was exhausted. The past few days had been draining. The stress of moving, the kids adjusting to the new house. Maybe I was overreacting. Maybe I had just imagined the entire thing. I kept telling myself that as I went to bed that night, Clara beside me, her breathing steady and calm. But sleep didn't come easily. The darkness in the room seemed thicker, more oppressive, and my mind kept returning to that place, the basement, the trapdoor, the tunnel, the room beneath the house. I couldn't stop picturing those photos, the way they had been arranged, the way they made it clear that someone had been watching us for longer than I realized. I tried to dismiss it all, telling myself it was just my imagination. But when I finally did fall asleep, I dreamed of the basement. In my dream, I was back down there again, crawling through the narrow tunnel, the scratching noise getting louder and louder, like something was coming closer. The walls of the tunnel seemed to close in on me, the air growing thicker with each breath I took. And then I saw it, someone, crawling toward me through the darkness, their face hidden in the shadows, their hands reaching out, the sharp sounds of their movements echoing in my ears. I woke up with a start, gasping for air, my heart racing. The room was silent, dark, but I could still feel the weight of that presence, lingering, like a shadow I couldn't escape. I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was just a nightmare. But when I turned to Clara, she wasn't there. The bed beside me was empty. I sat up, panic starting to claw at me. Where was she? I glanced at the clock, 3:47 a.m. I got out of bed quickly, my mind racing. I thought about the basement, about the trap door, about the dark figure I had seen down there. Maybe she had gone down to check on the kids, maybe to get a glass of water. But why hadn't she woken me up? Why was the house so quiet? I hurried downstairs, but the house was empty. Clara's shoes weren't by the door. The kids' bedroom doors were shut tight, but I didn't hear any noise coming from inside. A sick feeling spread through my chest as I walked past the kitchen, then the living room, and finally made my way to the basement door. I stood there for a moment, hand on the doorknob, the same cold dread creeping up my spine. The basement was where it all started, where the shadows seemed to lurk, where I had heard those strange noises. I had to go down there, had to make sure Clara and the kids were okay. Taking a deep breath, I opened the door. The familiar, musty smell hit me immediately. The basement was dark, quiet, but something about it felt wrong. I could feel the weight of the silence pressing down on me, like the house was holding its breath, waiting. I crept down the stairs, my footsteps echoing in the stillness. As I reached the bottom, I saw the trap door was open. I hadn't left it open. My heart skipped a beat as I approached the door. I could feel my hands trembling as I reached down, my fingers brushing the rough edges of the wood. Slowly, I pulled it open, shining the flashlight down into the narrow tunnel. And there, in the dim light, I saw something that made my blood run cold. A figure, a shadow, a person, hunched low, dragging themselves through the dirt. The figure turned toward me, and I saw the face. It was Clara. Her eyes were wide, vacant, her expression frozen in a way that felt entirely wrong. And in that moment, I realized the truth. It wasn't just the house that was haunted. It was us. I froze. My breath caught in my throat as I stared at her. Clara, but not Clara, not the way I knew her. Her face was pale, gaunt, her eyes wide open but lifeless, like she wasn't really there. She didn't move, didn't blink, just stared back at me with that blank expression. I was paralyzed, my heart racing, my mind struggling to process what I was seeing. I wanted to scream, to call out to her, but the words wouldn't come. Something deep in my gut told me that whatever was happening, whatever had happened to her, it wasn't right. This wasn't my wife. I stepped back, my feet stumbling over each other as I tried to distance myself from the sight in front of me, but I couldn't take my eyes off her. The flashlight in my hand trembled, the beam flickering wildly in the dark. But Clara, no, the thing that looked like Clara didn't move. She just stayed there on all fours, her eyes following my every movement. A chill ran down my spine. What was happening? What had happened to her? How long had she been down there, and why? I stepped back again, this time moving more deliberately, my feet sinking into the dirt. My mind raced, trying to piece together everything that had happened, the photos, the strange noises, the map of the house, the whisper in the basement. It was all connected, but what did it mean? And why was Clara down here like this? Clara? My voice cracked, barely a whisper as I called her name, but there was no response. She didn't speak, didn't even blink. I took another step back, and that's when I noticed it. The floor around her, the dirt beneath her hands and knees. It wasn't just dirt. It was something else, something wrong. There were marks in the ground, deep gouges in the earth, as if something had been dragged through the tunnel. My stomach turned as I realized the extent of what was happening here. Clara wasn't just down here by accident. She had been here, in this tunnel, for a reason. Suddenly, her head snapped to the side, her eyes locking onto mine, and I nearly jumped out of my skin. The movement was jerky, unnatural, like a puppet on strings. A cold wave of dread washed over me. Clara? I said again, this time louder, trying to make sense of what was going on, trying to reach her. What happened? Why are you down here? Her lips parted, and for a brief, horrifying moment, I thought she was going to speak. But then, instead of words, a soft hiss came from her throat, like something was trapped inside her, something trying to get out. It was the same sound I'd heard in the basement before, that hiss, the one that had sent a chill through me the first time. I took another step back, the fear creeping deeper into my bones. I needed to get out of here. I needed to get her out. I turned quickly, nearly tripping over my feet as I raced for the stairs. My heart was pounding, the sound deafening in my ears as I scrambled up the steps, away from the darkness, away from that thing pretending to be Clara. But as I reached the top, I heard it again, the hiss. It was louder this time, and this time it was followed by something else. A low, rasping sound, like a breath being sucked in, like the air was being pulled from my lungs. I froze, every nerve in my body screaming at me to turn around, to look behind me, but I couldn't. I couldn't face it again. I slammed the basement door shut and leaned against it, trying to catch my breath, trying to make sense of everything. But there was no sense to be made. Not anymore. Everything was wrong. Clara was wrong. And whatever had taken her, whatever was hiding in that tunnel, was still here. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know where to go. I couldn't just leave, not with Clara down there. But I couldn't stay in the house either. It wasn't safe. I felt like I was suffocating, like the walls were closing in around me, pressing down, crushing me. I ran into the kitchen, grabbed my keys, and then I stopped. The car. My mind was foggy, but the thought of getting out of here, of escaping, seemed like the only option. I needed help. I needed to get somewhere safe, but the car was in the driveway, and I couldn't leave the kids behind. I couldn't leave Clara like this. I ran to the kids' room and threw open the door, my breath coming in ragged gasps. Max was asleep in his bed, his face peaceful, unaware of the nightmare unfolding just beneath him. Sophie was beside him, tucked in tight. They were fine, for now. I just had to figure this out. I had to get Clara back. But how? How do you save someone when they're no longer themselves? How do you fight something you can't see, something you can't understand? I ran my hands through my hair, pacing in the hallway, my mind racing. I thought back to the map I had found in the basement, those hidden tunnels, the rooms I hadn't known existed. There had to be something, some way to stop this. I couldn't let whatever had taken Clara take my kids too. I couldn't let it spread. I tried to call her name again. Clara? My voice was shaky, weak, but I needed to hear her voice. I needed to know she was still in there somewhere. But no response came. I tried calling her again, louder this time, my voice cracking with desperation, but still nothing. I turned to the stairs. I couldn't just leave her down there, not like this. I had to go back down. I had to face whatever was in that tunnel. But as I took a step toward the stairs, I stopped. Something caught my eye in the corner of the room. The window. The window was open. I hadn't opened it. A cold gust of wind blew through the house, sending a shiver down my spine. The window wasn't just open, it was wide open. I hadn't even heard it open. And then, as I turned toward the window, I saw something that made my blood freeze. There was a figure standing outside, watching me. The figure didn't move, didn't blink, just stood there, in the shadows, staring at me through the glass. It was the same dark shape I had seen before, in the basement. It wasn't Clara. It wasn't anyone I knew. I backed away slowly, my hands trembling as I reached for the door, but it was too late. The figure stepped forward, and the whispering began again. "I've been waiting." I couldn't breathe. The figure outside the window didn't move, didn't blink. It just stood there, watching me. My legs were frozen, locked in place. I wanted to run. I wanted to scream. But the air in the room felt too thick, pressing against me, keeping me in place. The whisper I've been waiting slithered through the air, its cold fingers curling around my spine, sending a wave of ice-cold terror through my body. It was like the house itself was alive, the walls closing in, the windows sealing me inside. I took a step back, my mind racing, trying to make sense of what was happening. Was it someone outside? A stranger? The rational part of my brain tried to find an explanation. Maybe it was some sick joke, some prank. But that thought didn't hold weight. This wasn't a joke. The figure outside didn't look human. The outline was too still, too wrong. The darkness surrounding it made it hard to make out details. But it didn't matter. My gut told me what I needed to know. That wasn't just someone standing out there. The whispering came again, softer now, almost like it was directly in my ear. I've been waiting. The voice was cold, detached, like it was coming from somewhere deep underground. I shook my head, desperately trying to snap out of it. I couldn't let fear control me. I had to do something. I couldn't just stand here and let whatever that was take everything from me. I grabbed the nearest object, an old lamp on the side table, and slowly crept to the window, trying not to make a sound. I didn't know what I was planning to do. What could I do? But I couldn't just stand here and wait for it to come inside. I reached the window, my hand trembling as I drew back the curtain. My breath caught when I saw it was still there. The figure hadn't moved an inch, still standing in the same spot. But now, I could see something else, something even worse. There was something dark pooling around the edges of the figure, something like a shadow, but more solid, like it was eating away at the light. The longer I stared at it, the more it felt like that shadow was creeping closer to me, closing the distance between us, though the figure itself remained motionless. I slammed the curtain shut, my heart racing, my breath coming in short gasps. I backed away from the window, unsure of what to do next. I needed to get out of here. I needed to get my family out of this house. But as I moved back toward the stairs, something stopped me. There was a sound faint, barely audible, but it was there, a scratching noise, like claws dragging across wood. I froze, my body stiffening. I turned, my eyes scanning the room for the source of the sound. It wasn't coming from outside anymore. It was coming from inside the house. I felt my stomach twist. The basement, the trap door, the tunnel. My mind raced. Could the figure outside be connected to the one down below? Was it somehow all tied to what was happening in this house? Had it been living here, hiding beneath us, waiting to make its move? The more I thought about it, the more certain I became that this wasn't just some coincidence. This was deliberate. The scratching sound grew louder. It wasn't just a noise now, it was a rhythm, a steady scraping, like something or someone was trying to break through. My heart pounded in my chest as I realized that the sound wasn't coming from the floor, it was coming from the walls. The walls. I turned and rushed toward the kitchen, panic taking hold of me as I ripped open the door to the basement. I had to know what was going on down there. I couldn't let whatever was happening in this house spiral out of control. I grabbed the flashlight and hurried down the stairs, my legs unsteady, the fear in my stomach threatening to make me collapse. The deeper I went, the darker it became, until I was swallowed by the thick blackness of the basement. The air was musty, heavy with the scent of earth and decay. I flashed the beam of light across the room, scanning for any sign of what was happening, what was making those sounds. And then I saw it. The trapdoor was open again. The sight made my blood run cold. There was no way I had left it open. I had locked it earlier, I was sure of it. My mind raced, my thoughts stumbling over each other. Had Clara been down here? Had she left it open? Or had someone been down here, using that trapdoor to get in and out of the house without us knowing? I approached the trapdoor slowly, each step heavier than the last. The air around it felt colder, thicker, like it was pulling me down into the earth itself. I didn't want to look inside. I didn't want to know what waited down there, but I had no choice. I shone the flashlight into the dark space beneath the trapdoor. The tunnel was empty. For a moment, I thought I had imagined everything, that maybe it had been a bad dream, that I was just losing my mind. But then I noticed something that made my heart skip a beat. There, in the dirt at the base of the tunnel, were more marks. Deeper this time, as if something had dragged itself through the passage recently. It wasn't the marks that terrified me most, though. It was the smell. There was a pungent, foul odor wafting up from the tunnel, something I couldn't place but that immediately made my stomach churn. It was a mixture of damp earth and something rotten, something decayed. Something was down there, and whatever it was waiting. I backed away from the trapdoor, my flashlight now shaking in my hands. I needed to get out. I needed to find my family and leave this place. But just as I turned to go back upstairs, I heard it again scratching. This time it was closer, louder, as if something was moving just behind me. I spun around, the beam of my flashlight cutting through the dark, and that's when I saw it. A figure was standing in the doorway of the basement, just out of the light's reach. It was tall, its features obscured by shadows, but I could see enough to know it wasn't human. Its shape was wrong, twisted, like it had been formed from darkness itself, like it had crawled out from the very walls of the house. I couldn't move. My legs felt like stone, my chest tight as I gasped for air. The whisper came again, louder now, closer. "I've been waiting." I turned to run, but before I could make it to the stairs, something caught me by the arm. A cold, bony hand gripped me with unnatural strength, pulling me back into the darkness. The coldness of it seeped into my skin, draining the strength from my limbs. The whisper grew louder, more insistent. "I've been waiting for you." And then there was nothing but darkness. I don't know how long I was unconscious. The blackness, the weight of the shadows that had gripped me, had consumed everything. My mind was blank, drifting in a haze of terror and confusion. When I finally came to, it was as if the world had shifted. The basement was quiet now, unnervingly so. The whispers had stopped, The oppressive air that had swallowed me whole moments before was gone, replaced by an almost suffocating silence. But I wasn't alone. I could feel that something was still here, something was watching. It wasn't the house itself, not the walls or the floors. It was something else. I forced myself to sit up, my body stiff, my head spinning. My arm was still numb from where it had been gripped, but I pushed the sensation aside and tried to focus on my surroundings. I was lying on the cold concrete floor, the flashlight still clenched in my hand. I couldn't remember how I had gotten here. I had been dragged, pulled down into the depths of this house, this nightmare. The house, the tunnel, the whispers, it was all too much. I dragged myself to my feet, my legs shaky, my body weak. There was no sign of the figure, the thing that had been standing at the door, waiting for me, but I knew it was still here. I could feel its presence, lingering in the corners of my mind. I glanced around the basement. The trapdoor was still open, the passageway beneath it as dark and foreboding as ever. I couldn't go down there again, not after everything that had happened, not after what I had seen. But I couldn't leave either. I needed to find Clara, Max, and Sophie. They were still up there, still in danger. I turned toward the stairs and made my way up, each step heavier than the last. My body ached, and my mind was a jumble of thoughts, trying to make sense of everything. Clara had been down there. I had seen her, but what had happened to her? What had that thing done to her? And why hadn't she fought back? Why hadn't she screamed? The house felt different now, darker somehow. It was like the air had changed, like the house was no longer just a place, but a living, breathing entity with a will of its own. I reached the landing at the top of the stairs and paused, listening. Silence. I had to find Clara. I had to make sure she was okay. I pushed open the door to the living room, and the first thing I noticed was that everything was exactly as it had been when I left. The couch was undisturbed. The kids' toys were still scattered across the floor. Everything was normal. It didn't make sense. How could it be normal after everything that had happened? Clara. My voice cracked as I called her name. There was no answer, no sound, nothing. I moved into the kitchen, my mind still reeling, and stopped short when I saw the refrigerator door wide open. It hadn't been like that before. I didn't remember leaving it open. A chill ran down my spine as I approached, my eyes scanning the room. And that's when I saw her. Clara was standing by the door, staring at me. Her expression was blank, as it had been in the basement. Her eyes were wide, distant, as if she wasn't seeing me at all. "Clara," I whispered, my heart in my throat. She didn't move. She didn't speak. Her eyes just followed me, empty and unblinking. I took a step closer, my pulse racing. "Clara, please, please, look at me." Still no response. It was like I was talking to a stranger, not my wife, a stranger who was wearing her face. Then I saw the faintest flicker in her eyes, a moment of recognition, but it was gone before I could make sense of it. I took another step. "Clara, it's me. It's Dan." I reached out, slowly, carefully, and placed my hand on her arm. Her skin was cold, unnaturally so, like she had been standing out in the snow for hours. I felt a tremor pass through her body, but she didn't pull away. I thought I saw her lips twitch, a small, almost imperceptible movement. Then, her voice so faint, so soft whispered, "It's not me." I froze, my breath caught in my throat. What? What do you mean? Her eyes flickered again, a brief flash of recognition. "It's not me, Dan. It's too late." I didn't understand. My heart pounded in my chest. "Clara, please. You need to tell me what happened. What's going on? Why are you down there? What was that thing?" Her lips parted, but before she could speak, a loud crash echoed through the house, followed by a sudden, jarring rattle of the windows. A shadow moved outside, darting across the glass. I turned, instinctively stepping in front of Clara, my body reacting before my mind could. The shadow outside didn't belong to anyone I knew. It wasn't just a persona, it was something more. The air felt colder again, thick with the presence of whatever had been lurking in the house. "It's here," Clara whispered, her voice barely audible. It never left. And in that moment, I understood. Whatever had been down in the basement, whatever had been waiting, it hadn't just been in the house. It had been in her, inside her all along. It had taken her, used her as a vessel to get closer, to get to me. The photos in the basement, the whispers, the tunnel, it was all part of its plan. It had been waiting, watching us, moving through the shadows, feeding off our fear. I felt a surge of anger, a primal need to protect my family. But I couldn't save Clara, not the way she was now. I had to make a choice. I didn't have time to think. I grabbed her hand and pulled her toward the door. "We have to leave. Now." She didn't resist, but her face was blank again, that same vacant expression. I dragged her out of the kitchen and toward the front door, but as I reached for the handle, I heard it again, the scratching sound, this time much closer. I turned, but there was nothing there. The door to the basement slammed shut. The house had claimed its prize. I had escaped, but it hadn't let go. Clara had gone, and now it would be waiting for the next family, the next set of lives to swallow whole. And I knew one thing for sure: it would never stop. I moved into the apartment on a Tuesday afternoon, not for any special reason. That's just when the moving truck could show up. The building wasn't fancy, but it was clean, cheap, and quiet. That was the word the property manager kept using. Quiet complex, quiet neighborhood, quiet tenants. I didn't care much at the time. I just needed out of the city, out of the noise, out of everything that had started making my chest feel tight when I woke up in the mornings. I didn't meet any of the neighbors right away, just polite waves from a woman walking her dog on the second floor, and some guy who nodded while carrying a case of water into his unit. That was it. Except for the man next door. He was already standing at his window when I pulled up. Third floor, unit 304. Mine was 305. I glanced up while the movers hauled in my boxes, and there he was. Thin gray shirt pressed against the glass, just watching. I gave a half wave. He didn't return it, just stood there, Didn't seem like much at the time. Weird, maybe, but not dangerous. The first couple of nights were uneventful. I unpacked, set up the couch, found a place for the coffee pot. My bed was still a mattress on the floor. I hadn't gotten around to buying a frame. I told myself it made the place feel temporary, like I could still leave if I wanted. By night 3, I started to notice him again. The man next door, always inside. His blinds were never shut. Every time I glanced out the window to smoke or get some air, I could see into his living room. He sat in the same chair, lights on, a small lamp behind him casting this weird orange glow around the room. Sometimes he read. Sometimes he just stared at the TV, though I never once heard the sound. I figured he was retired, or maybe agoraphobic. Maybe he just didn't like people. But then I started hearing the whispering. It started low, late at night, always around the same time, 2, maybe 2:30 in the morning. I thought it was the pipes at first. You live in old buildings long enough, you learn to ignore the weird noises. But this was different, rhythmic, almost like a conversation. Pauses between each line, sometimes too fast. Sometimes a breath held too long. I'd lie on my mattress, staring at the ceiling, listening, waiting to hear a second voice. But I never did, just his, talking to someone who wasn't there. That was when I started feeling weird about it. I brought it up casually to the girl on the second floor when we crossed paths again. "The guy in 304? She asked. "Oh, yeah, quiet dude." "That's kind of the problem," I said. "He's always in there. Like, always." She shrugged and kept walking. I started keeping notes. Not because I thought I'd need them, but because something about it made me feel like I was losing track of time. Thursday, lights still on at 3:18 a.m. Saturday, same whispering, louder tonight. Sounded like he was closer to the wall. Monday, I swear I saw him standing in the dark, just the outline, no light behind him. It was subtle at first, the kind of thing you can explain away if you really want to. I told myself it was loneliness. New place, new town, no real friends yet. Just my voice echoing off the empty kitchen and the hum of the fridge at night. But then things changed. He started watching me, not just from the window, from closer. I'd walk out into the hall, and I'd see the edge of his door cracked open, a shadow just beyond the frame. No sound, no greeting. One night I walked past to take my trash out, and I felt it, that pinprick sensation on the back of your neck when someone's behind you. I turned. His door was open wider. Not all the way, just enough to see a hand resting on the inside knob. Still, pale. I stood there for a few seconds, unsure if I should say something. Then I backed away slowly and took the stairs 2 at a time. The next morning, my front doormat was gone. I didn't say anything, just replaced it. 2 nights later, I woke up to the sound of my peephole being covered. Not a knock, not footsteps, just the quiet scrape of fingers brushing against the wood, then a shadow blocking the light from the hallway. I stayed frozen in bed. Eventually, it moved away. The next morning, I looked through the peephole and saw something new. A smudge. A greasy, human-sized smudge. That was when I decided to report it. I called the building manager, explained everything calmly. No drama, just facts. He sounded confused. "Which unit?" he asked. 304, I said. "The guy next to me." There was a long pause. "Ma'am, no one's rented 304 in over 2 months. I stared at the phone in my hand. "That's not possible. I see him every day." "Well, you shouldn't," he said. "That place has been locked up since July. The tenant passed away. We haven't touched it since. No one's had a key." I didn't respond. My mind was stuck on one thing. If no one had been in that apartment, then who had I been watching through the window? And who exactly had been watching me back? That was the first time I didn't sleep. And it was the last time I ever looked through the peephole without flinching. I didn't call the police right away. I probably should have, but I didn't know what I'd even say. "Hi, I think the dead man next door is still watching me." That kind of thing gets you placed on hold, or worse, flagged as unstable. And I didn't feel unstable, just scared, like there was a weight sitting behind every thought. That day I kept to myself. I stayed inside, curtains drawn, no music, no TV. I just listened. To the quiet and the whispering. It started again around 2:15 in the morning. Same low muttering. No words I could make out. But this time it was louder, like the wall was thinner, or like the voice had gotten closer. I sat on the floor with my back against the kitchen counter, legs pulled in, holding a mug of coffee I wasn't drinking. The whispering didn't stop, not until nearly 4. And that smell, the one like rotting fruit and something sour underneath, was stronger now. It leaked through the wall and settled into my pillows, into the hallway, into my hair. I took 3 showers in one day, but I could still smell it when I lay down at night. That morning, I made a decision. I was going to get inside that apartment. I didn't care what the manager said. If 304 was supposed to be empty, someone needed to see what was happening, because I wasn't imagining things. I wasn't sleep-deprived or losing it. There was something in there. I waited until late afternoon. The building manager, Tom, usually did his walkthroughs between 1 and 2. I stood in my doorway at 1:40 and waited. When I heard his keys jangling down the hall, I stepped out and waved. "Hey," I said, trying to sound normal. "Do you have a second?" He looked up, surprised. "Yeah, sure," he said. "Everything all right?" "Sort of," I said. "It's about next door." His expression flattened. "Still hearing things?" I nodded. "Look, I know you said no one's in there, but I'm not the only one who's seen him. The girl with the dog downstairs? She said he's always home. I think you might want to take a look." Tom hesitated. Then, without saying anything, he pulled out his master key ring and turned toward 304. The door looked the same as always. Slightly dirty, dull brass number, no welcome mat. The only thing different was the smell, stronger now, like something had spoiled behind the wall. Tom fit the key into the lock and pushed the door open. and we both just stood there. The apartment was still, not messy, not clean, just untouched, like someone had left in the middle of the day and never came back. A plate on the coffee table with dried food on it, a cup of water halfway full, a blanket folded on the couch, and that lamp, still on, casting that same weird orange light across the carpet. Tom stepped in first. He looked around cautiously, like he was expecting something to jump out. I stayed in the doorway. The place smelled awful, worse than I'd imagined. Not just rot, decay, like something was breaking down in the walls. "Holy hell," Tom muttered, pinching his nose. "Do you see anything?" I asked. He didn't answer right away. Then he turned toward me and pointed. On the far wall, just beside the couch, was a mirror. And on the mirror, written in what looked like grease or dirt, were two words. "Still here." Tom looked at me. "Did you do this?" I shook my head. "I've never been in here." He stared at the message for a long time, then walked to the bathroom. I heard the door creak open, then a sharp inhale. "Don't come in here," he said. So I didn't. He came out a few seconds later, pale, eyes wide. "We're gonna lock this place back up," he said. "You didn't see anything, understand?" I wanted to ask questions, but I nodded. He shut the door, locked it twice, and walked away without another word. That night, the whispering didn't stop. It started at 1:42 in the morning and didn't fade until nearly 5. I didn't sleep. I sat on the couch with every light on, trying to pretend I was somewhere else. Somewhere safe. At 6 in the morning, I called my sister. I hadn't talked to her in weeks, but I needed to hear a voice that wasn't coming from the other side of a wall. She answered, groggy. "What's wrong?" I didn't know how to explain. "There's something in my building," I said. "Something wrong." She asked if I wanted her to come over. I said no. I don't know why. I think part of me believed I could fix it on my own. Or maybe I was afraid to bring anyone else into it. Around 10 that morning, I went down to the mailboxes. I saw the woman with the dog again. She waved. I hesitated. Then I asked, "Did you ever talk to the guy in 304? She paused. "The guy next to you?" "Yeah." Her brow furrowed. "No, I don't think so. Why?" "You said he's always home." She frowned, thinking. Did I? I guess I meant I always saw the light on. Never really saw him. I didn't say anything, because I remembered exactly what she'd said the first week. Quiet dude. Always there. Always watching. I went back upstairs and locked my door. That night, the whispering got worse. It wasn't just muttering anymore. It was chanting. Rhythmic, repetitive. A pattern I didn't recognize. And this time, it wasn't coming through the wall. It was coming from my closet. I sat on the edge of the bed, staring at the closed door. I didn't move. Not until morning. The closet door stayed closed, but I didn't go near it. Not that night. Not the next morning. When the sun finally crept over the windowsill, I still hadn't slept. I sat on the edge of my bed with my phone in one hand and a kitchen knife in the other. Not because I thought I'd need it, but because it gave my hands something to do, something solid to hold on to. I kept listening, not just for the whispering for anything, footsteps, a knock, even breathing. But once the sun came up, everything stopped. No voices, no chanting, just silence. That horrible, heavy kind of silence that makes the air feel too thick. By 10, I worked up the nerve to open the closet. Slowly, I grabbed a broom first and nudged the door open from a distance. The hinges creaked, loud in the stillness. The sliver of light from the window landed across the floor and showed nothing. Just clothes, a few boxes, my suitcase still zipped up from the move. No sign of anything out of place, no explanation, except for the smell. That same sour, rotting stink. Stronger now, like it had soaked into the walls. I emptied the entire closet, pulled everything out, and dumped it in the hallway. There was nothing in there. No vents, no crawl space, no reason for the smell. I ran the vacuum, lit a candle, wiped everything down with bleach. It didn't help. It felt like the smell was following me now. That afternoon, I called the building office. Tom didn't answer, but his assistant did, a woman named Gina, who sounded about 22 and completely over her job. "Is Tom around?" I asked. She yawned. "Nah, he's out on a call." "Can you tell me when he's back? It's about the apartment next to mine, 304. There was a pause. "That place still locked up?" I blinked. "You don't know?" "Nope, I just handle paperwork." I hung up. That night I didn't wait for the whispering to start. I stayed in the living room with every light on, sitting in a chair facing the front door. I had the knife again. The broom was across my lap too, like that somehow helped. I didn't care how ridiculous I looked. Around 1:40 in the morning, I heard footsteps in the hallway. Not loud, not rushed, just slow, deliberate pacing. Back and forth. Then came the knock. Soft, measured. Just once. I didn't move. Another knock. This time, closer to the peephole. I stood up, quietly, and looked through it. There he was. The man from 304. Standing in the hallway, maybe 2 feet from my door, staring straight ahead. His eyes didn't blink. His face didn't move. It looked wrong, too still. Like something wearing a person's skin but not sure how to use it. I backed away slowly. He didn't knock again. He just stood there, watching. I didn't sleep. I stayed in the chair until sunrise, knife still in hand. The next morning I walked straight to the building office. Tom was there this time. I didn't even say hello. I just asked flat out, "When are you going to check 304? He rubbed his face like I'd caught him in the middle of a hangover. "Look, I know you think you saw something, but I already told you that place hasn't been touched in months. You were there. You saw it." "I saw the message on the mirror," I said. "I saw his plate, his blanket, the lamp. Someone's still in there." "No, he said, looking away. "They're not." "What did you see in the bathroom?" That made him freeze. He didn't answer right away. Then he said quietly, "There was a chair in the tub, rotted through, metal bent like someone had been sitting there a long time, and mold. The whole place smelled like death." "So you're just going to leave it like that?" I asked. "It's not my call," he said. "That unit's under probate review. No one's allowed in until the lawyer clears it." That was it. That was the end of his help. I went back to my apartment and sat in the hallway outside the door. I didn't want to go in, not with that smell waiting, not with that feeling that something had taken root inside the walls. But I didn't have anywhere else to go. I thought about calling my sister again, asking to crash for a few nights. But I already knew what she'd say, that I was being paranoid, that I was tired, that it was all stress and new apartment nerves. And maybe she was right. But it didn't feel like stress. It felt like something watching me from behind the drywall. That night, the whispering came back. But this time, it wasn't just through the walls. It came from inside the bedroom, from the closet again. Same low voice, same cadence, except now I could almost make out words. Not full sentences, just phrases, over and over. "Don't look, don't turn around. Still here, still watching." And then, nothing. The silence was worse. I sat on the edge of the bed and stared at the closet door for what felt like hours. I didn't open it. I didn't move. Until I heard my name. Not whispered. Not chanted. Spoken. Clear as day. From inside the closet. Right behind the door. My knees went numb. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. I stood up, walked into the living room, and called the police. I didn't know what to tell them, but I told them everything. The noises, the smells, the knocking, the man in the hallway. I even told them the neighbor was supposed to be dead. They said they'd send someone over. I waited. And for once, the building stayed quiet. Until the officers knocked. The 2 officers showed up just after 3 in the morning. One was older, with graying hair and the kind of tired eyes that told me he'd seen too much. The other looked maybe 25, still green, trying to hide it with a straight back and a clipped voice. I buzzed them in and met them at the door. My hands were shaking, but I tried to keep my voice even as I let them inside. "It's through there," I said, motioning toward the bedroom. "I know how this sounds, but I'm not making it up. The guy next door, he died months ago, but he's still here. Or something is." The younger cop gave a glance to the older one, like he wasn't sure how seriously to take me. "Let's just have a look," the older one said, calm and level. "Start from the top. What exactly have you been hearing?" I told them everything, again. The whispering, the smell, the writing on the mirror, the knocking, the man in the hallway. I tried to be matter-of-fact about it, but halfway through, I could hear how crazy it sounded. Still, I kept going. They listened. At least, they didn't roll their eyes. That was something. After I finished, the younger one stepped toward the closet. That where the voice came from? I nodded. Yes, I didn't open it, not since yesterday. He crouched, hand on the knob, then he opened it in one smooth motion. Empty. The clothes I'd thrown back in were shoved to one side. My suitcase was still there. No signs of anything out of the ordinary, just the lingering scent of bleach and something underneath it, like mold in a closed room. There's no one in there, he said, straightening up. I know, but there was. The older officer moved toward the wall. This unit shares a wall with the next, right? 304? Yeah. He pressed his hand against the drywall, listening. I've been in a lot of buildings like this, he said. Thin walls. Sound travels weird. Whispering can echo, bounce off pipes. You sure you weren't hearing someone on the floor below? No, I said. It was right here, and he was outside my door. I saw him through the peephole. I've seen him through the window. The younger cop walked over to the front door and tried the peephole himself. Could be someone messing with you, he said. But if that unit next door is locked and vacant like you said... It is, I told him. Tom, the manager, confirmed it. The officers exchanged a look. Well, the older one said, we can do a quick sweep of the unit next door, but we'd need permission and a key. I can call Tom. He nodded. Please do. I stepped into the kitchen and dialed Tom's number. He answered on the third ring, groggy and irritated. It's me, I said. Sorry to call, but the police are here. They want to check 304. A pause. Then, all right, I'll be there in 15. When Tom showed up, he looked worse than I'd ever seen him. Unshaven, sunken eyes, sweatshirt half-zipped like he'd thrown it on in a rush. He nodded at the officers, said nothing to me, and handed over the master key. We all walked out together and stood in front of 304. I watched as the older cop slid the key into the lock and opened the door. It creaked. The smell hit us instantly, stronger than ever, like something had died and been left to rot for weeks. The flashlight swept the room. Same orange lamp still on. Same couch. Same mirror. But the writing was gone. The mirror was clean. No grease, no smudge, no still here. The officers stepped inside. The place looked just like before, only more still, like the air didn't move, like the walls were holding their breath. I stayed in the doorway. The younger officer checked the bathroom. He didn't say anything, just looked inside, then closed the door behind him. Nothing obvious, the older one said. We'll file a report. Let the city know about the odor, but there's nothing illegal happening here. That's not what I started but stopped. He was right. There was no proof. Just me. Just what I'd heard. As we stepped back out, the younger officer turned to me. If anything else happens, he said, record it. Write it down. Call us sooner. I nodded. Tom locked the door behind us and didn't say a word. The officers left soon after. I stood in the hallway alone. Something wasn't right. Back inside my apartment, I tried to calm down. I boiled some tea water I never drank. I rearranged the books on the shelf I hadn't read. I turned on a podcast I didn't listen to. And then I noticed the closet door was open again. Just slightly. I hadn't touched it. And on the inside, carved into the wood, not written, carved were 3 words. I see you. I dropped the mug I was holding. It shattered across the floor. I didn't even flinch. I called my sister. This time I didn't care how I sounded. "I'm coming over," I said. "Tonight." She didn't argue, just told me to bring a bag. I packed in under 10 minutes, left the lights on, locked the door behind me. As I walked down the hallway, I passed by 304, and I heard it. Not a whisper, not a knock. Breathing. Slow, labored, right behind the door. I didn't stop. I didn't look back. I left that night, and I didn't return for 4 days. My sister didn't ask many questions. She gave me a spare blanket and a corner of her couch and let me be. I think she assumed I'd had a breakdown of some kind. She kept offering tea, soft conversations, dumb reality shows in the background. I appreciated it more than I could say. I didn't tell her about the closet door or the carved message. I wanted to, but every time I tried to bring it up, the words caught in my throat, like saying it out loud would make it follow me there. The first night at her place, I slept almost normally, a few hours anyway. No whispering, no strange smells, no eyes behind peepholes. Just regular city noise, sirens in the distance, someone arguing on the sidewalk. Real noise, human noise. But the second night, I dreamt of the hallway. It was empty at first, just my door, my welcome mat, the scuffed linoleum floors. Then slowly, the door to 304 opened, and something stepped out. Not a man. Not really. It had the shape of one tall, thin, stiff at the joints, but its face was blurry, like trying to see a reflection in running water. It moved toward me without sound. No footsteps, no breathing. And just before it reached me, I woke up. I sat upright, heart pounding, mouth dry. The living room was still dark, but I could hear the hum of the fridge, the soft buzz of my sister's TV through the wall. Safe sounds. I still didn't go back. Not right away. On the 4th day, I called Tom. "Hey," I said, trying to keep my voice neutral. "Has anything weird happened while I've been gone?" Tom was quiet for a second. "No," he said. "Nothing unusual." But his voice had changed. Tight, like he was trying not to say more. "You sure?" I asked. "No calls from other tenants? No complaints?" "Look," he said, "whatever you're dealing with, I hope you figure it out. But this isn't something I can fix. That unit's been sealed again. We're bringing in cleaners next week. After that, the lawyer takes over." That was the end of the call. When I finally returned, I got home just after noon. The hallway was bright. The sun filtered through the stairwell windows. Everything looked smaller than I remembered, less threatening, like the fear had shrunk when I wasn't feeding it. My door was still locked. My apartment was untouched. A little stale, maybe, but otherwise fine. But 304 had a new sign, a laminated note taped to the door. Cleaning crew scheduled. Do not enter. I stared at it for a while. It didn't make me feel better. Inside my apartment, everything was just as I'd left it, except for one thing. The knife I'd been keeping beside the bed was gone. I checked every drawer, every surface. Nothing. Not under the mattress. Not in the closet. It was just gone. I didn't report it. What was I going to say? That a ghost stole my kitchen knife? Instead, I unpacked, showered, and tried to reclaim the space. I left every light on again, but it felt more like habit than fear this time, like muscle memory. That night I stayed in the living room. I brought the broom back into my lap. It sounds ridiculous now, but I'd started to believe in rituals, like the act of preparing for something might keep it from happening. I waited. Midnight passed. 1 a.m. passed. By 2 o'clock, I started to think maybe it was over. I stood, stretched, and headed toward the bathroom. As I passed the closet, something caught my eye. The door was cracked again. Just slightly. I hadn't opened it, and something new had been carved into the inside panel. He never left. The words were fresh, edges sharp, not like the last message, which had looked old and worn. I staggered back. This wasn't over. Whatever it was, it had been here the whole time. And then the smell hit me again. Worse than before. I gagged, covered my mouth, stumbled to the kitchen window and opened it. Cold air rushed in, but it barely made a difference. I ran to the hallway, yanked open my front door, sucked in cleaner air, and froze. The door to 304 was open. Wide. The laminated sign fluttered on the floor. And inside, I saw movement. Slow, shuffling, just a shape. I didn't move. Couldn't. The shape stepped forward, just enough to break the edge of shadow. And I saw his face. The man. The one from the window. Gray, sunken skin, mouth slightly parted, his eyes wide and glassy, locked with mine. Then he turned and walked back into the apartment. The door didn't close. I called the police again, told them what I saw, exactly how I saw it. To their credit, they didn't dismiss me. Maybe they remembered the previous visit. Maybe something in my voice got through. They arrived in under 10 minutes. 2 officers different from the last time. They checked 304 with flashlights and masks, radioed something in, then pulled me aside. "There's no one in there," one said. "But the door was open," I told them. "I saw him. He looked at me." "No sign of entry," the other said, "and nothing human inside, just a mess." "What do you mean, nothing human?" They hesitated. "Whatever's in there, it's rotting. Could be an animal, could be old food. We're filing a biohazard notice." They told me to stay somewhere else for the night. I didn't argue. I went back to my sister's again, but I knew I'd have to return. The next morning, Tom called. "I didn't want to say anything before," he said, "but that last guy who lived in 304, he had problems. Isolation, paranoia. He called the office 4 times a week saying someone was in his walls. I waited. He carved messages in his closet. Same words you said. I see you. Still here. All of it. And then he died," I said. Tom paused. "They found him in the chair, weeks after. He'd been sitting there so long, the fabric stuck to his skin. The light never turned off. That's why it always looked like someone was home." I hung up, and I realized something. That man may have died alone. But he hadn't left. Not really. And now, he wasn't alone anymore. I didn't go back to the apartment for 3 more days. I stayed at my sister's, mostly on the couch, sometimes in her spare room when I could stand the stillness. She tried to be understanding, but I could tell she didn't know what to say anymore. I don't blame her. Neither of us had the language for what was happening. I didn't tell her about the closet messages, or the man I saw in the hallway, or how Tom had admitted everything. I just told her I wasn't sleeping well, that I needed some time. By the 4th day, I knew I couldn't avoid it anymore. I couldn't live in someone else's space forever. I had to go back. I needed to decide what came next, whether I was going to stay or move out for good, whether I could even trust my own memories anymore. When I got to the building, it was early, just past 9 in the morning. The hallway was quiet. My shoes squeaked slightly on the waxed floor. Everything looked normal, like nothing had happened. The door to 304 had a new notice taped to it. Hazard sealed, do not enter, property of City Health Dept. It was shut tight. For the first time since I moved in, I felt like I could breathe standing near it. It sounds ridiculous, but the air felt lighter, like the apartment had finally exhaled. Inside my own unit, I opened all the windows. I cleaned everything, every surface. I threw out the broom. The knife was never found, so I bought a new one. Just a regular, cheap set from the grocery store. No drama attached. I took the closet door off its hinges, not out of fear, just because I didn't want it anymore. I painted over the carvings with thick primer and covered the wall with a tall bookshelf. I stopped listening for whispers, stopped watching the hallway. It took time, weeks honestly, but slowly things got quieter. Not just the apartment, but inside me. The constant edge, the tension in my shoulders, the twitch in my fingers when I passed the front door. It started to fade. Eventually, I could sleep through the night again. I started working more, picking up extra shifts. I rearranged the furniture, got a proper bed frame, put up shelves in the kitchen, little things that made the place feel more mine. Tom didn't check in again. He left the notice on 304 and never spoke of it. I don't think he wanted to know any more than I did. Then one afternoon, a city vehicle showed up. 2 workers in coveralls removed the door completely, hauled it out on a dolly like it was just another piece of junk. I watched from my window. They never looked inside. They just sealed the unit with a steel plate and screwed it into the frame. It was quiet the whole time, not a single word exchanged between them. After that, the smell finally disappeared. Whatever was left behind was sealed for good. I never heard the whispering again. But that didn't mean I forgot. I still kept the closet door in the back of my storage unit. I don't know why. I couldn't bring myself to throw it away, even though it creeped me out. Something about it felt like evidence. Not for the police, for me. Proof that I hadn't made it up. Sometimes, when I'm alone at night and the apartment is too still, I remember the sound of the breathing on the other side of the door, the low voice saying my name. And I wonder how much of it was real. But that question stopped bothering me after a while. Real or not, it happened, and I got through it. I don't try to explain it anymore. Not to friends, not to my sister, not even to myself. The truth is, some places carry weight. Some people leave an imprint when they die, especially if they go alone, especially if they go unseen. The man in 304 was one of those people. Whatever haunted that apartment, it wasn't evil. It was lonely. Something had settled in that space and wrapped itself around the routine. The light left on, the food half eaten, the messages carved over and over again. I see you. Still here. He never left. But now, it's gone. Or maybe it finally rested. A few weeks later, the unit got listed online again. Different number now. They changed it from 304 to 312. No mention of what happened. Just a simple listing. 1 bedroom, 3rd floor, utilities included, quiet building. Someone new moved in. A young guy. Looks like he works from home, keeps to himself. I've seen him standing at the window a few times, staring out, same as I once did. But he doesn't wave. And I don't look too long. I've learned when to stop watching. As for me, I'm doing all right. The apartment feels lighter now. Still old, still creaky, but not suffocating. I got new curtains, a rug for the living room, even a little plant that I water every morning. I still don't sleep with the closet closed, though. Some habits stay, and every once in a while, when it's late and the hallway is quiet, I swear I can still hear it. Not a whisper, not a chant, just breathing. But I don't listen anymore. I just turn on the light, take a deep breath, and remind myself that I made it out. That I stayed. That he didn't. And that now this place is mine. The first message didn't even register as strange at first. Just a random text from an unknown number. Hey, hope your day was good. I glanced at it quickly, assuming it was a wrong number, or maybe a coworker whose number I'd never saved. Nothing alarming, just an innocent mistake. I replied politely, "Who is this?" No answer. I shrugged it off, went back to eating dinner. I lived alone, had for nearly 2 years since moving into my apartment in the city. It was a quiet neighborhood, safe, friendly enough, but mostly kept to itself. I'd always appreciated the privacy. Later that night, as I brushed my teeth, The phone buzzed again. Same number, still unidentified. You look tired today. Hope you sleep better tonight. That stopped me mid-brush, a chill washing over me before logic kicked in. Probably a neighbor messing around, or someone who thought they were texting a friend. But the specificity gnawed at me. Looked tired today. It wasn't exactly threatening, but there was an intimacy to it that felt wrong. How could they know that? I rinsed out my mouth and typed another response, this time with less patience. Seriously, who is this? Again, no reply. I locked the screen, double-checked the door locks, and forced myself into bed. I stared at the ceiling, trying to convince myself I wasn't unsettled, that it was just an innocent misunderstanding. But sleep took longer than usual that night. The next day, work dragged on. I'd almost forgotten about the texts until my phone lit up on my lunch break. Red really suits you. I glanced down at my sweater, the vibrant scarlet suddenly feeling like a target painted on my chest. I looked up and scanned the cafe, just strangers minding their own business, no one suspicious, no one even glancing my way. Yet my pulse had already quickened. This wasn't a mistake or a random prank. Whoever this was, they could see me right now. They were nearby. I replied instantly, hands trembling slightly as I typed. Leave me alone. Stop watching me. This time, the reply came quickly. Relax. I just thought you might want a friend today. I felt nauseous. Friend was the last word that came to mind. I left my half-eaten sandwich on the table, gathered my things, and hurried out, constantly looking over my shoulder on the walk back to work. That afternoon, the texts continued. Small things, observations about coworkers I'd spoken with, little comments on the songs playing from my earbuds, things only someone close enough could know. I blocked the number. 10 minutes later, a message appeared from a different one. Blocking me won't change anything. I didn't reply this time. My heartbeat pounded in my ears as I hurried home after work, checking every corner, every shadow along the way. I didn't want to go straight home, afraid whoever was messaging me might already know exactly where I lived, but I didn't know where else to go. I locked the door behind me, double-checked it again, and sat down on the couch, phone in my hand like it was a weapon. Minutes passed in silence until another buzz rattled through me. This one was worse. You never used to be this paranoid. You were always the calm one. The phrasing was familiar, intimate, like they knew me. I scrolled through my contacts, my mind racing. Exes, distant cousins, old friends I'd lost touch with, but no one matched. The knowledge felt too personal, too precise. I felt exposed, helpless, like my own memories were being weaponized against me. I texted back, finally desperate enough to plead. Who are you? Please stop doing this. But the answer didn't help. You already know me, better than you think. Fear slid down my spine. What did that even mean? I mentally sifted through people from my past, people I'd hurt, people I'd forgotten unfit. But clearly, I was missing something. I couldn't sleep again that night, unable to shake the creeping sensation of being watched. Every creak in my apartment, every distant car door made my heart jump. I kept all the lights on, wrapped myself in a blanket on the couch, afraid to even move. Around midnight, my phone lit up again, this time from my Instagram account. A new direct message from an unknown profile. I opened it, breath catching. If you want answers, meet me tomorrow. You know where. A single photo followed. A bench in a small park I recognized instantly. It was near my childhood home. I'd sat there countless times as a teenager, listening to music, hiding from family fights and school stress. Only someone who knew me then, who had known my life deeply, could have chosen that spot. It wasn't just fear now. It was anger, confusion, a growing sense of violation that sank deeper with each heartbeat. Someone close had been following me, invading my privacy, shattering any sense of safety I'd built. I hesitated, thumbs hovering over the keyboard, then typed slowly. "What do you want from me?" Seconds later, the reply came, short and unsettlingly gentle. "Just to talk, face to face, no more secrets." That last word, secrets, landed hard, heavy with meaning. Whoever this was, they knew more than just superficial details. They knew things I'd carefully buried, things only my closest family members had any inkling of, things I desperately tried to forget. I stared at the message, debating. The park was public. It would be daylight. There'd be people around people to witness whatever happened. Maybe I could finally confront whoever was doing this. Maybe the nightmare would end. Or maybe it wouldn't. I spent the rest of the night turning over memories in my head, trying to identify the sender. Faces drifted through my thoughts, people from school, exes, distant family. None fit, none made sense. But then, just as morning sunlight began to spill through my curtains, something clicked, something I'd overlooked. The familiarity, the strange tenderness in the messages, like someone trying to connect, to comfort me, but not knowing how. My blood ran cold, because I finally recognized that tone, that confused gentleness mixed with uncomfortable closeness, a voice I hadn't heard clearly in years but still haunted my memories. I whispered the name out loud, testing it, hoping I was wrong, even though every instinct told me I wasn't. Eli. My brother. I hadn't said his name out loud in years, but the moment I whispered it, something inside me cracked open. Eli. Just the sound of those 3 letters was enough to bring back memories I'd spent a long time burying. Eli was my older brother, 4 years older, with thick brown hair always half covering his eyes, and the quiet intensity of someone who saw the world in a completely different way than everyone else. Even as kids, I'd been protective of him, especially after the diagnosis. Paranoid schizophrenia. I was 15 when our parents finally told me the truth. Eli was 19. I hadn't understood everything then, just that my brother, who used to draw comic strips for me and make me laugh harder than anyone else, had started slipping away. drifting off into a world that no one else could see. It was never violent, never dangerous, just sad. Eli withdrew, living more inside his head, talking quietly to voices that didn't talk back, becoming distant from everyone, including me. He eventually left home, moved into assisted living, got on medications that sometimes worked and sometimes didn't. The last few years, we'd barely spoken. I drifted away, focused on college, work, life, my own desperate attempt to move on from the pain of watching someone I loved lose himself. But these messages, the intrusive familiarity of them, it suddenly made sense. Eli had always been perceptive, deeply tuned into things most people ignored. He used to watch me from the window, sketching quietly, picking up on things no one else noticed. The way I moved when I was upset, the color I wore when I was happy, the smallest gestures that betrayed my moods. The messages were him, intrusive, sure, but not malicious. Just Eli's way of reaching out, of trying to bridge the gap he'd always struggled to cross. And yet, as quickly as relief washed over me, guilt followed right behind. If it was Eli, then it was my fault for ignoring him, my fault for pushing him away, for letting it get to this point. I stared at my phone, reading that final message over and over. Just to talk, face to face, no more secrets. I felt sick. There was no choice anymore. I had to meet him. I owed him at least that. Even if every fiber in my body screamed at me to run, to block him again, to pretend he didn't exist, I knew I couldn't. Not this time. I sent a reply with shaking fingers, words simple but heavy with meaning. I'll be there. Please, Eli, no more games. The message showed as read, but there was no reply. Silence stretched out for what felt like hours, leaving me alone with my racing thoughts. The next morning came fast, sunlight filtering weakly through gray clouds, filling my apartment with a muted light. I dressed simply: jeans, a loose sweater, and sneakers, comforting, familiar. I wasn't sure how to dress for this kind of reunion. I wasn't sure if it even was one. I made coffee but didn't drink it. Instead, I stared into the mug, mentally rehearsing what I'd say. Would I apologize? Would he? Could he even understand the fear he'd put me through? What if I confronted him and he didn't recognize me? Or worse, couldn't even explain why he'd reached out in such a twisted way? The park was quiet when I got there, a chill in the air making me shiver even beneath my sweater. The bench Eli had shown me in the message was empty, the faded wood looking exactly the same as it had when we were teenagers. I remembered Eli teaching me how to sketch there, how to see the world in shapes instead of lines. My chest tightened, a strange ache rising into my throat. I sat down, glancing around nervously. Joggers passed by, earbuds in, faces set in focused determination. A woman walked a small dog. An elderly couple shared a silent breakfast from paper bags. All so normal, and yet every passing face made my pulse quicken. 20 minutes passed, and I began to doubt myself. Maybe Eli wouldn't show. Maybe he'd changed his mind. Maybe I'd imagined the entire scenario, projecting my own fears onto random messages. Just as I was about to leave, the phone buzzed in my pocket. Stay, almost there. I glanced around, heart pounding. And then I saw him, moving slowly down the path toward me, hands stuffed awkwardly into the pockets of his oversized hoodie, head down slightly as if trying not to attract attention. Eli looked older, thinner, hair still long and messy, eyes cautious behind his glasses. When he reached the bench, he stood a few feet away, hesitant. "Hey," he said softly. My voice came out strained, unfamiliar. "Hey, Eli." He stood still, unsure what to do next. The silence stretched painfully between us, each second deepening the awkwardness, until finally I broke it. "Why did you do this?" My voice shook more than I wanted it to. "Why the messages, the watching? Why couldn't you just talk to me?" Eli looked away, toward the ground, shifting nervously. His shoulders hunched, the way they always did when he was uncomfortable. Didn't think you'd answer otherwise. I didn't know how else to get your attention." His voice was the same quiet murmur I remembered, shy and uncertain, vulnerable. A strange mix of affection and resentment stirred inside me. Eli had always lived on the edge of reality, and maybe this was the only way he knew how to reach out. But the invasion of privacy, the fear he'd caused, it wasn't easy to forgive, even if it was Eli. "You scared me," I said finally, voice tight. "Do you understand that?" He nodded slowly, barely meeting my eyes. "I know. I'm sorry. I know it was wrong. I just wanted you to see, to realize how it feels." What feels?" I asked, confused. "To be watched, to have someone always in your head." He tapped his temple lightly, his gaze intense, but strangely sad. "To never feel alone, like I've felt every day for years." The weight of his words settled between us heavily. Eli hadn't done this to harm me, not intentionally. He'd done it to show me his world, the paranoia, the isolation, the constant presence he couldn't escape. "I didn't want to hurt you," he said softly, taking a cautious step closer. "I just wanted you to understand. I wanted you back in my life. But I did it wrong, didn't I?" My throat tightened, tears burning behind my eyes. He had done it wrong, terribly wrong, but beneath it was the brother I'd always known. A broken, desperate attempt at connection. "Yes," I said finally, "you did." Eli nodded again, looking defeated. "I'm sorry. I'll go." He turned slowly, starting to walk away. Panic surged through me, sudden and overwhelming. Despite everything, despite the fear, he was still my brother, and losing him again felt unbearable. "Eli," I called out, my voice cracking slightly. "Wait." He stopped, turning to look at me cautiously. I swallowed hard, taking a shaky step toward him. Maybe we can talk," I said softly. "For real this time." A small, hesitant smile flickered across his face, brief but real. "I'd like that," he whispered. "No more secrets." I nodded, finally smiling back. No more secrets. We ended up at a small coffee shop a couple blocks from the park, one we used to visit back when things were simpler. Eli walked a step behind me, his hands jammed into his hoodie pockets, shoulders hunched as though he were afraid of being recognized. He didn't say much, but the silence wasn't uncomfortable. Just uncertain, fragile, as if the slightest wrong word could break it again. We found a table in the corner by the window. I ordered coffees for both of us, without having to ask how Eli wanted his. He always liked it the same way, strong, with a little sugar and no milk. Strange how details like that stick, even after years apart. When I brought the drinks over, Eli murmured a quiet thank you, his voice barely audible over the hum of conversation around us. He stared at the coffee for a long moment, fingers gripping the sides of the cup tightly, knuckles pale. I let the silence linger. It felt delicate, like a frozen lake we were both cautiously stepping onto. Finally, Eli broke it. "I didn't think you'd actually meet me," he said softly, eyes fixed on the tabletop. "I didn't think I'd ever hear from you again," I admitted, trying to keep my voice gentle, even though part of me was still raw from the fear of the past few days. "Why now, Eli? Why like this?" He swallowed, his eyes flickering up to meet mine briefly before looking away again. He looked so young in that moment, lost and uncertain, like the older brother I once knew had been replaced by someone I barely recognized. "I missed you," he finally said, and I got scared. "Scared?" I echoed, confused. "Of what?" He hesitated, shifting uneasily in his seat. "They changed my meds a couple months ago. At first, things seemed better, clearer, but then it felt different. Like I was seeing everything too clearly. Every detail was louder. People felt too close, even when they were far away." I listened carefully, my heart sinking. I remembered this from before, the way Eli used to describe feeling overwhelmed, as if the world around him was turned up too loud, too bright. Like he couldn't escape from anything. "But why the messages, Eli? The watching?" I asked quietly. "Why not just call me?" He looked down again, shame clouding his expression. "I couldn't. Every time I tried, my head filled with voices, noise, telling me you'd hate me for disappearing, that you wouldn't believe me. I kept trying, but I got stuck. I thought," he trailed off, swallowing hard, "I thought maybe if I reached you in a different way, you'd finally notice me." I reached out instinctively, gently touching his hand. He flinched at first, but then slowly relaxed under my fingertips. "I've always noticed you, Eli," I whispered. "You're my brother. You didn't have to scare me to get my attention." "I know," he said weakly, "but I didn't mean it to be scary, not at first. I thought I was just saying hello, checking in, and then it got harder to stop. The messages felt safe, like I could speak without all the noise, but then I realized how it was hurting you, and I was so ashamed. But I didn't know how to stop either." His voice trembled, and his hand gripped mine tighter, as if he were holding onto something fragile. I felt an ache deep in my chest, a painful tenderness for the boy he used to be, mixed with sadness for who he'd become. What about the photos, Eli? How did you get those? My voice was gentle, trying not to accuse. It felt like you were always right there, watching. Eli shook his head, eyes widening. I didn't take any photos, I swear, just the messages. His confusion seemed genuine. I studied him carefully, looking for deception, but there was none. Only confusion, and now fear. You never followed me? Never took pictures of me at home or sleeping? No, he pulled his hand away sharply, panic rising in his voice. I wouldn't do that, not to you. You have to believe me. I did believe him. Eli had always struggled, but deception had never been part of his character. But that left a far more unsettling question, if not him, then who? I tried to push that thought away for now, focusing instead on Eli. It's okay, I believe you. His relief was immediate, a wave of tension leaving his body. Thank you, he whispered. I'd never want to hurt you, never. We sat quietly again, sipping coffee as the familiar background noise of the cafe filled the gap between us. After a while, Eli spoke again, voice hesitant but clearer now. I want things to be different, he said slowly. I'm tired of feeling trapped inside myself, but I can't do it alone. I need someone I trust. My chest tightened again. I knew what he was asking. It meant stepping back into a role I'd walked away from, reopening old wounds I'd tried desperately to heal. But looking at Eli now, vulnerable and asking for help, I knew I couldn't turn away. He was still my brother, still someone I loved deeply, no matter how complicated our history had become. Then let's do it right, I said softly. We'll find you a doctor, someone who listens. We'll get you stable again. But Eli, you have to promise me, no more hiding. No more secret messages, just honesty. He nodded, earnest eyes meeting mine. I promise. I squeezed his hand gently, hope mingling cautiously with anxiety. I wasn't naive, recovery wasn't guaranteed, and there was a long, painful road ahead. But at least now, I knew who I was walking that road with. As we stood to leave, Eli suddenly stiffened, glancing nervously out the cafe window. I followed his gaze, seeing nothing but cars passing by, strangers going about their day. What is it? I asked gently, sensing his anxiety returning. Eli shook his head slowly, eyes troubled. I don't know. I feel like someone else has been watching, following. Sometimes the voices tell me they're real. My throat tightened sharply, the image of those photographs flashing through my mind again, the ones Eli swore he hadn't taken. It might just be your anxiety, I offered gently, though I wasn't sure I believed it myself anymore. Eli hesitated, then nodded reluctantly. Maybe, he whispered, but it feels different this time. As we left the cafe, stepping into the cool air outside, I glanced around instinctively. People moved past, going about ordinary lives, nothing suspicious, nothing out of place. And yet, now that Eli had said it, I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that he was right, that someone else was there, just out of sight, waiting. I swallowed hard, trying to push the thought away. But deep down, I knew Eli was telling the truth. His paranoia had always blurred reality, but this time, the line between his fears and mine was beginning to fade. This time, the threat felt real. Eli and I spent the rest of the afternoon together, walking through familiar streets, past the old bookstore we both used to love, and the ice cream shop we'd frequent as kids. The familiarity was comforting at first, a gentle balm easing the tension of the day. But as the hours passed, I couldn't ignore the unease that had settled beneath the surface. We talked quietly, but never about the messages or the unsettling photos that Eli insisted he knew nothing about. Instead, we talked about old memories, small moments we'd shared before everything fractured, our parents arguing behind closed doors, Eli sneaking me comic books he'd drawn himself, whispering stories to distract me from the reality neither of us wanted to face. The past was safer territory, a temporary escape from the lingering anxiety that now seemed to shadow both of us. By early evening, fatigue began showing on Eli's face. His gaze flickered nervously at passing cars, and occasionally he'd glance over his shoulder, eyes scanning the crowd as though expecting someone to emerge from shadows. It wasn't just paranoia, I felt it too, a prickling sense of being watched, of never truly being alone. "You okay?" I finally asked, as we stopped by a crosswalk, waiting for the light to change. He hesitated, eyes darting to mine before quickly looking away again. "Not really," he admitted softly. "It feels like someone's still out there, like we're not safe." I swallowed hard, glancing around instinctively. "I know, but we're together now. Whoever it is, whatever's happening, we'll face it." Eli nodded slowly, but the tension remained. The truth was, I had no idea how to protect us if Eli was right, if someone else was indeed watching us. But I wasn't going to let him see that fear. He needed reassurance right now, not my uncertainty. We eventually reached my apartment, and Eli hesitated on the sidewalk. "Are you sure it's okay if I stay here?" he asked nervously, shifting from foot to foot. "It's fine," I assured him gently, offering a reassuring smile. "I'd rather have you close tonight anyway." Inside, my small apartment felt strangely vulnerable. It had been my sanctuary for so long, yet now, standing in the hallway with Eli, it seemed unprotected, exposed. We locked the door and drew the curtains, though it did little to ease my anxiety. Eli sat quietly on the couch, looking around with wide, uncertain eyes, taking in the space where I'd built my life. I moved around nervously, making tea neither of us wanted, turning on lights, trying to fill the silence that stretched between us. As darkness fell, Eli's anxiety grew worse. He started pacing the room, glancing at the windows frequently. I gently tried to guide him back to the couch, but he seemed lost in thought, increasingly agitated. "Eli," I said carefully, sitting beside him, "what's going on?" He turned toward me, his eyes filled with anxiety and confusion. Can't explain it clearly. It's like I can sense someone else around us. I thought it was just my head, but now it feels real." I took his hands in mine, feeling their coldness, trembling slightly. "Eli, listen. Whatever it is, we're safe here." "Are we?" he whispered, eyes filled with doubt. "Those photos you mentioned, the ones you thought were me, I keep thinking about them. If it wasn't me, then someone else really is watching you, watching us." His words sent chills down my spine, forcing me to face what I'd been avoiding. Someone else had been here close enough to photograph me, to invade my life. It was no longer a paranoid fear. It was reality. As I struggled with that realization, Eli stood abruptly, moving quickly toward the window. He parted the curtain slightly, peering out into the darkness. He froze suddenly, shoulders stiffening. "What is it?" I asked sharply, pulse quickening. He didn't answer at first, his body rigid. Finally he turned, face pale and voice strained. "Someone standing across the street, just watching." My heart skipped. I moved swiftly, joining him at the window, eyes following where he pointed. In the dim glow of a street lamp stood a figure too far to make out clearly, but unmistakably facing our building. My throat tightened as the figure shifted slightly, turning toward our window, as if knowing we'd seen them. "It's them," Eli whispered, panic rising. "It's got to be." I tried to steady myself, forcing calm into my voice. "We'll call the police. This has gone too far." But even as I spoke, something about the figure struck me as familiar. The way they stood, the slow tilt of the head, something I'd seen before, something almost recognizable. "Wait," I murmured, focusing harder, the street lamp casting just enough illumination to reveal an outline of the face. A surge of dread filled my chest. I knew exactly who it was. "It's Daniel," I breathed, disbelief mixing with horror. Daniel, my ex-boyfriend, the man I'd broken up with months ago after realizing he'd been quietly obsessive, controlling in ways I'd dismissed until it was impossible to ignore. Daniel, who knew my routines, my secrets, who'd watched me sleep countless times before. "Your ex?" Eli's voice shook, eyes wide with disbelief. I nodded, trembling now. "He's been watching me this whole time." A sudden clarity hit me, cold and stark. Daniel must have known Eli's condition, exploiting it, using it as a mask to hide his own behavior. He knew about Eli's struggles, my vulnerability around my brother. He knew exactly how to break through my defenses. Eli's panic surged visibly, eyes darting wildly around the room. "He's been following you, using me to scare you. It's my fault." "No," I cut him off firmly. "None of this is your fault, Eli." My phone buzzed suddenly, making both of us jump. Hands trembling, I opened the message. It was from Daniel, the words clear and chilling. "Tell Eli thank you. He made it so easy." Anger flared inside me, fierce and protective. He'd used Eli, manipulated both of us, played on our fears to regain control. I dialed the police quickly, voice shaking as I explained. They promised to send a patrol immediately, instructing us to stay inside, lock all doors, and wait. As we waited, Eli sat shaking on the couch, eyes fixed blankly on the floor, overwhelmed with guilt. I sat beside him, holding his hand tightly, whispering reassurances. I felt violated, betrayed by someone I'd once trusted, but more than anything, I felt furious. Daniel had exploited Eli's condition, tried to break the fragile bond we'd been rebuilding. I wouldn't let him succeed. When the police finally arrived, Daniel was gone, but the officers found evidence in his apartment linking him clearly to everything: photos, printed texts, even surveillance notes. They assured us he'd be found quickly. Yet even after they left, the feeling of vulnerability lingered, the shadows of betrayal hard to shake. Eli stayed silent for a long time, finally looking at me, eyes haunted. "I'm sorry," he whispered. "I should have known." I squeezed his hand, voice gentle but firm. "This is Daniel's fault, not yours. You trusted me enough to come back. Now you have to trust me again. This is not on you." He nodded slowly, eyes searching mine, desperate for reassurance. "You promise?" I hugged him tightly, breathing deeply as tears stung my eyes. "I promise, Eli, it's going to be okay." And for the first time in weeks, despite the lingering fear and Daniel's betrayal, I allowed myself to believe that it just might be true. In the days following Daniel's revelation, life became a strange mixture of relief and lingering anxiety. Daniel had vanished into hiding, police assured us they were actively searching, but every day without news stretched our nerves thinner. Eli stayed with me. Neither of us felt safe apart. But safety was relative. The apartment, once my sanctuary, now felt exposed, vulnerable. I'd jump at every creak, every muffled voice outside. Eli was worse. He struggled to sleep, pacing the living room late at night, glancing nervously toward the windows. Despite the police presence, Daniel's threat remained a constant shadow, darkening our daily lives. Yet, beneath the fear, there was something unexpected. Eli and I had begun to reconnect, rebuilding the bond we'd lost years ago. I took time off work, knowing Eli couldn't manage alone just yet. Each day, we'd share quiet breakfasts in the kitchen, coffee for me, tea for Eli. We talked softly about small things, the books we'd been reading, shows we used to watch, and childhood memory-safe topics, gentle attempts to regain a sense of normalcy. But underneath, tension lingered. The traumatic events had left Eli emotionally fragile. His anxiety flared without warning. Often he'd pause mid-sentence, eyes losing focus, withdrawing into a world only he could perceive. When he'd return, blinking slowly, embarrassment filled his face. "I'm sorry," he'd whisper each time, voice filled with shame. "I'm trying, I really am." And each time, I'd reassure him gently, "I know, Eli, you don't have to apologize, it's okay." But it wasn't okay, not yet. I saw the guilt in his eyes every time the silence stretched too long. Eli blamed himself for Daniel's manipulation, convinced he'd brought this on both of us. No amount of reassurance could fully erase his guilt, but I kept trying. One afternoon I sat quietly with Eli in the living room, sunlight filtering softly through the curtains. He stared blankly out the window, lost in thought, legs tucked tightly beneath him. The silence felt fragile, and I broke it carefully. "Eli," I began softly, "have you considered therapy again? Someone new, someone who can help you process this?" He looked away, shoulders tensing immediately. I saw his hesitation, the painful memories of past therapists, the constant struggle of opening up only to feel misunderstood. "I don't know," he murmured finally. "I'm tired of people thinking they understand when they don't." My heart ached for him. Eli's world was a constant battle, his reality shifting, his thoughts crowded with confusion and noise, but he needed professional help. He couldn't carry this alone, and neither could I. "It'll be different this time," I said gently. "We'll find someone who listens, someone who won't rush or judge." He sighed deeply, rubbing his forehead. "Maybe. But what if I'm too far gone? What if Daniel was right?" "What do you mean, Daniel was right?" I asked sharply, my stomach tightening. Eli swallowed, eyes dropping nervously. "The things he said, the texts he sent you pretending to be me. Maybe some of them were true." "Eli," I said firmly, reaching out and holding his hand, "Daniel manipulated us. He knew your vulnerabilities, knew exactly how to exploit them. Don't let him inside your head. You are not what he made you out to be." His eyes met mine, uncertain yet desperate to believe. "I want to be normal," he whispered, voice thick with emotion. "I want my head to be quiet." My throat tightened painfully. I wished I could promise him peace, promise him that his reality would simplify, his mind clear. But we both knew I couldn't. Instead, I squeezed his hand gently. "We'll find a way to make things better, Eli. I'm here. We'll face it together." He nodded silently, leaning into my shoulder, seeking comfort. I held him close, trying to be the steady presence he needed, even as my own fears clawed beneath the surface. The evening was quieter. Eli lost in his sketchbook, carefully drawing scenes I didn't fully understand, figures and shadows, fragments of memories. Sketching had always been Eli's escape, the place he could articulate thoughts and emotions too complex for words. Watching him work, pencil moving carefully across paper, filled me with quiet hope. At least he had this, a lifeline, a way to process the chaos inside. But as the sun dipped below the horizon, dread began to creep back in. Nights were the hardest darkness, amplifying our anxieties, transform every shadow into a threat. Each sound outside, the distant hum of traffic, footsteps in the hall, set my pulse racing. That night, I lay awake long after Eli finally fell into restless sleep on the couch. Staring at the ceiling, I replayed every interaction with Daniel, searching desperately for signs I'd missed, clues I'd ignored. Had I overlooked warnings, dismissed red flags out of convenience? My phone buzzed suddenly, startling me. Anxiety surged instantly, dread filling my chest. I grabbed it quickly, heart sinking as I saw the familiar unknown number. The message was short, chillingly simple. "You think I'm gone, but I'm never far away." Panic surged through me. I sat upright, breathing fast. Daniel hadn't disappeared. He was watching, waiting, taunting us. My first instinct was to call the police immediately, but before I could dial, a noise outside drew my attention, a soft rustling by the front door. Pulse racing, I stood slowly, moving quietly toward the door. Peering through the peephole revealed only empty darkness. Yet, as I stood frozen, I heard another sound, a muffled cough, faint yet unmistakable. Someone was there. Heart pounding, I turned toward Eli. He was awake now, eyes wide with panic. He must have sensed my fear. "Is someone there?" he whispered, voice shaking. I hesitated, unsure what to do. Then another sound, a faint knock, gentle, barely audible. "Call the police," I whispered urgently to Eli. "Now." He nodded quickly, reaching for his phone, fingers fumbling in panic. Meanwhile, I stood motionless by the door, breath shallow, listening. Another knock, this one firmer. Then a voice, soft, strangely calm. "It's me. Please open up. I just want to talk." Daniel's voice was quiet, gentle, a carefully constructed mask, designed to manipulate and disarm. It sent chills through me. "Go away," I shouted, voice trembling. "The police are on their way." Silence stretched for several heartbeats. Then finally, Daniel spoke again, voice colder now, bitterness seeping through. "You always misunderstood me. I only ever wanted to protect you from him." The words hung ominously, a twisted logic designed to confuse, to instill doubt. He was trying to turn me against Eli again, sow seeds of mistrust. My voice shook with anger as I responded. "You tried to destroy my family, Daniel. You used Eli. You tried to break us. I'll never trust you again." Another pause, heavy and tense. Then quietly, just loud enough to reach through the door, Daniel whispered, "I'll always be here, watching, waiting." Silence followed, broken only by Eli's rapid, shaky breathing. We stood frozen, listening to fading footsteps down the hallway. Within minutes, the flashing lights of the police arrived, but by then Daniel had vanished again. We spent hours with the officers, recounting every detail. They promised extra surveillance, reassurance of safety, but neither Eli nor I felt secure. As the police finally left, Eli looked at me, eyes haunted. "It's never going to stop, is it?" I drew him close, feeling his trembling frame against mine, the weight of reality settling heavily. The police left us alone again, their promises of extra patrols and surveillance cameras echoing hollowly around the apartment. Neither Eli nor I believed it would be enough. After all, Daniel had slipped away once before. What's to stop him from doing it again? Exhausted, I moved to lock and relock the doors, checking the windows one by one, pulling the curtains closed against the dark night. My hands shook slightly as I drew the bolt firmly in place. It didn't feel sufficient, but it was all I could do. Eli watched quietly, his eyes wide with anxiety, tension humming beneath his silence. I tried to smile reassuringly, but it faltered halfway. Instead, I sank onto the couch next to him, feeling suddenly drained. "I'm sorry," I murmured. "This isn't your fault, Eli, none of it." He didn't respond right away, eyes fixed on the floor, fingers anxiously twisting together. Eventually, he lifted his gaze toward me, a faint tremor in his voice. But I made it easy for him. I gave him an opening. "You didn't," I told him gently but firmly. "He used you. He manipulated both of us." Eli exhaled shakily, looking uncertain. But I let him. I didn't see through it. I should have known, should have been able to tell. My chest tightened with empathy. Eli had always carried blame easily, shouldering responsibility even when it wasn't his to bear. Growing up, he would blame himself whenever our parents fought, or if I got hurt falling off a bike, always finding reasons he should have prevented it. I reached out, gently squeezing his arm. "You can't control someone else's choices. Daniel is manipulative. You trusted someone who pretended to care. There's no shame in that." He nodded slightly, but I could tell he wasn't convinced. His mind had always been his toughest enemy, spiraling into self-blame and anxiety without a clear escape route. We sat in silence for a long time after that, tension lingering heavily. Neither of us wanted to sleep. Rest meant vulnerability, a surrendering to unconsciousness when danger felt too close. Instead, we stayed awake, sipping lukewarm tea and waiting, both of us alert for the slightest sound. When morning came, pale and gray through the curtains, the anxiety had dulled into exhausted resignation. Eli was quiet, withdrawn, his eyes shadowed from lack of sleep. He barely touched his breakfast, picking at his toast without appetite. After another long silence, Eli finally spoke, voice tentative. "Maybe we should go somewhere else for a while." "Where would we go?" I asked softly, not dismissively, just genuinely unsure. He hesitated, eyes on his plate. "A hotel, maybe, somewhere anonymous, just until the police find Daniel." I sighed softly, wishing it could be that simple. "I don't know if that'll make a difference. Daniel seems to find us wherever we go. Running won't solve this." Eli looked away, frustration shadowing his expression. I felt guilty instantly. My words had come out harsher than I'd intended. I quickly amended, gentler this time, but maybe getting away briefly wouldn't hurt. Clear our heads, feel safer, even temporarily. Eli nodded, a flicker of relief crossing his face. Just a short break, maybe somewhere quiet. We settled on a small hotel a couple of towns over, tucked away enough to give a false sense of anonymity. Packing felt rushed and tense, the simple act of gathering belongings taking on an urgency that made my heart race. We moved quickly, neither of us speaking much, eyes darting constantly to windows and doors. The drive was quiet. Eli stared silently out the window, lost in thought, while I kept glancing in the rear-view mirror, half expecting to see Daniel's car following us at every turn. My pulse quickened each time headlights appeared behind us, anxiety spiking until the vehicle passed safely by. When we finally reached the hotel, its anonymity felt comforting at first, a place where nobody knew us, where Daniel couldn't possibly know we'd chosen to stay. We checked in swiftly, eager to escape into the small room and lock the world out. Inside, Eli visibly relaxed slightly. He sat on one of the beds, shoulders finally losing some tension, though his eyes remained wary. "Better?" I asked gently, setting our bags down. "A little," he murmured. "It just feels good to be somewhere Daniel hasn't touched." I nodded, understanding fully. I felt it too, a subtle lifting of pressure, a temporary illusion of safety. For a moment, we both allowed ourselves the comfort of that illusion. We spent the day quietly. Eli sketched, pouring himself into his art as always, lines and shades becoming an escape from anxiety. I pretended to read, my eyes skimming over words without absorbing them, too distracted by every faint noise outside the door. Night returned quicker than either of us wanted. Darkness brought back all the anxiety we'd tried to outrun. Sleep felt impossible, even as exhaustion tugged insistently at my eyelids. Around midnight, Eli finally drifted into restless sleep. I stayed awake, staring blankly at the ceiling, body tense despite fatigue. Then, softly, my phone buzzed again. Fear spiked instantly through my veins, sharp and familiar. Heart racing, I grabbed it, praying it was just an automated notification, something innocent, harmless. It wasn't. Daniel again. Short, chilling words on the screen. "Did you really think leaving would fix this? You can't hide." I froze, pulse pounding in my ears. He knew where we were, or at least that we'd left. The temporary sanctuary shattered instantly, leaving me feeling exposed again, cornered. Glancing anxiously at Eli's sleeping form, I debated waking him. But he needed rest desperately. He'd reached his limit physically and emotionally. I couldn't drag him into fresh panic, not yet. Quietly, heart thudding, I slipped from the bed, moved silently to the window, pulling the curtain aside slightly, just enough to peer into the parking lot below. At first, nothing moved in the shadows, empty cars parked beneath pools of yellow street lamp glow. Then, in the far corner, something shifted, a brief, deliberate movement. Daniel. My stomach twisted sharply. He stood beside his car, hidden partially in shadows, yet clearly visible enough that I recognized him instantly. Even from this distance, his stance was unmistakable, confident, composed, utterly sure he had control. As if sensing me, Daniel looked up directly toward our window, face illuminated faintly by the street lamp. He stared unwaveringly, sending chills through my body. I stepped back quickly, breath shallow, anxiety clawing at my throat. We weren't safe here. Daniel was determined, relentless. He wouldn't stop until he had what he wanted. I returned swiftly to Eli's side, touching his shoulder gently. He stirred groggily, eyes blinking open in confusion. "Eli," I whispered urgently, "we have to leave now. Daniel's here." His eyes widened instantly, sleep vanishing, replaced by fresh fear. Without questions, he moved swiftly, grabbing his bag. Together, we hurriedly exited the room, taking a side staircase down, avoiding elevators and lobby, desperate to avoid Daniel seeing us leave. Outside, cold air hit sharply, grounding my senses. Heart hammering, we moved quickly toward our car, constantly checking around us, every shadow feeling threatening. As we reached the car, a figure emerged suddenly from the darkness behind us, footsteps rapid, breath audible, fear surged, adrenaline sharp. We spun quickly, heart pounding wildly, pulse deafening. But it wasn't Daniel. Instead, it was a hotel employee, expression confused, slightly embarrassed. "Sorry," she stammered nervously. "I saw you rushing out. Everything okay?" I exhaled shakily, relief mixing with lingering anxiety. We thought someone was following us. We were just leaving. She nodded, concerned. "Want me to call police?" I hesitated, then shook my head quickly. "Number, it's okay, thank you." We climbed swiftly into our car, hearts racing still. As I drove away quickly, Eli whispered shakily beside me, "Where now? Where do we go?" I glanced at him, desperation and determination mixing sharply in my chest. "We confront him," I finally said. "No more running, no more hiding." Eli didn't respond, but his silence said enough. We both knew it was our only choice left. We didn't speak for most of the drive back home. Silence filled the car, heavy with tension and the unspoken anxiety we both carried. Outside, the night was quiet, too quiet. Streetlights flickered past, illuminating our faces in brief flashes. Eli sat hunched in the passenger seat, eyes fixed straight ahead, lost somewhere deep within himself. Confronting Daniel was a risk, and we both knew it. But running had become pointless. Daniel would follow us no matter where we went, always lingering just beyond our sight. We needed to face him directly, take control away from him. It was the only path toward reclaiming our lives. When we reached our street, a sinking dread crept into my chest. Daniel's car was parked just across from my apartment building, clearly visible under the dim streetlight. He stood beside it, waiting calmly, almost casually, as if he'd expected us, as if he'd been waiting for precisely this moment. I parked carefully, breathing deeply to calm my trembling hands. Eli glanced at me, eyes wide and fearful. He seemed younger now, vulnerable, reminding me painfully of our childhood, of the brother I'd once protected fiercely. "You can stay here," I whispered gently, giving him an out. "You don't have to face him." Eli shook his head, determination mingling with his fear. "I won't leave you alone again. I've run enough." His courage, quiet and firm, steadied me. We exited the car together, moving slowly toward Daniel. He watched silently, expression unreadable, his eyes flickering between Eli and me, assessing. "Finally stopped running?" Daniel asked softly, voice unsettlingly calm. He sounded almost reasonable, like we were meeting under normal circumstances. I fought to keep my voice steady, despite the nerves coiled tight in my stomach. "This ends now, Daniel. You've gone too far." He tilted his head slightly, studying us thoughtfully. "You don't understand. I was protecting you. From him." His eyes shifted sharply toward Eli accusingly. He's dangerous, unstable. Eli's my brother, I said, fiercely, stepping protectively closer. He's not dangerous. The only danger here is you. Daniel's expression hardened slightly. I did everything for you. He abandoned you, made your life chaotic. I gave you stability, safety. I watched over you, kept you safe. You stalked me, I interrupted sharply, manipulated Eli, violated my privacy. That isn't safety, Daniel. That's obsession. His jaw tightened briefly, eyes flickering angrily. You'll regret choosing him over me. He's sick. He'll only drag you down with him. Eli stepped forward suddenly, voice quiet yet clear. Maybe I am sick. Maybe I struggle. But I would never intentionally hurt her, not like you did. Not by stalking her, scaring her, destroying her trust. I'm not perfect, but at least I know how to care about someone without controlling them. Daniel's eyes narrowed sharply, anger flickering dangerously beneath his composed surface. You don't get to judge me. I'm not judging, Eli interrupted gently. I'm just speaking the truth. You don't love her. You want to own her. The air thickened sharply, tension crackling between them. Daniel's expression shifted, his carefully controlled demeanor fracturing slightly, revealing bitterness beneath. I spoke calmly, clearly, forcing strength into my voice despite the shaking in my hands. You need to leave, Daniel. The police already know everything. You can't control us anymore. Daniel laughed bitterly, voice strained. The police won't do anything. They never do, not until it's too late. You'll see. You'll realize I was the only one protecting you. He stepped toward us sharply, posture tense, aggressive. Fear surged through me, raw and instinctual, but I refused to back away. Eli moved slightly closer, protective despite his obvious anxiety. Then headlights appeared suddenly, bathing us all in brightness. 2 police cars pulled quickly alongside us, doors opening swiftly. Officers emerged rapidly, approaching cautiously, voices firm as they ordered Daniel to step back. Daniel hesitated, eyes darting briefly between us, his anger fading to resignation. He stepped back slowly, hands raised slightly, voice bitter as he spoke one final time. You'll regret this, both of you. But his threats rang hollow now, powerless beneath the steady authority of the officers approaching him. Within moments, Daniel was cuffed gently but firmly, guided into the back seat of one patrol car. Relief flooded through me, shaky, fragile but real. An officer approached us, voice reassuring. We have enough evidence now. He won't bother you again. You're safe. I exhaled shakily, heart still pounding, but the terror slowly fading. Thank you. The officers stayed for a while, making sure we felt secure before leaving. When they finally departed, silence returned, but this time it felt different. Not tense or heavy, just calm. Eli stood beside me, still quiet, processing everything. Eventually he looked at me, exhaustion clear in his eyes. It's really over, isn't it? I nodded softly, offering a reassuring smile. I think it finally is. Inside the apartment, we moved cautiously. checking doors and windows instinctively, habits born of anxiety, not easily shaken, but gradually tension eased. I brewed tea again, comfortingly familiar in the quiet of the apartment. We sat quietly, side by side on the couch, finally allowing ourselves to breathe fully. After a long silence, Eli spoke quietly, voice filled with quiet strength. I want to get help, real help, therapy, new medication, whatever it takes. I don't want to feel broken anymore. I reached out, squeezing his hand gently. You're not broken, Eli, but I understand. We'll find the right person, someone who listens. You're not alone anymore. Eli exhaled softly, leaning into me slightly. Thank you for believing in me, even when I didn't. I squeezed his hand again, eyes filling with quiet emotion. I'll always believe in you. The next few weeks passed slowly, filled with police visits, therapy appointments, and small moments of progress. Eli started therapy with someone patient and understanding, someone who genuinely listened. Slowly, the shadows began to fade from his eyes, replaced by cautious optimism. I returned to work gradually, anxiety lessening each day. Daniel remained in custody, awaiting trial, but the fear he'd instilled began fading, replaced by cautious relief. Life slowly returned to normal, or at least a new normal. Eli moved into a small apartment nearby, regaining independence while maintaining close support. Our relationship strengthened, trust rebuilt carefully from fragile pieces. Months later, on a quiet afternoon, Eli and I walked through the same park where we'd met weeks ago. This time our conversation flowed gently, comfortably. Eli paused briefly, smiling softly at me. I never imagined feeling like this, like myself again. I smiled warmly back. You deserve it, Eli, and you earned it. He hesitated briefly, then gently pulled me into a hug. I couldn't have done this without you. I hugged him tightly, emotion thickening my throat. I wouldn't have let you do it alone. We stood quietly, finally at peace. The fear we'd felt, the threats, Daniel's manipulations all seemed distant now, no longer powerful enough to control us. Eventually, Eli stepped back, eyes bright with quiet hope. Ready? He asked softly, gesturing down the familiar park path. I nodded, smiling gently. Together, side by side, we continued forward.